Hello, hello. Hmm. It'd probably help if I went to the correct scene now, wouldn't it? There we are. I clicked the wrong scene. Oh well. How are you all doing today? As ever, I hope you're all well. Should prevent that from being a problem. There we are. A lot of little things sneaking up on me today. Not a huge issue. They are in fact little things. So then. Right, I understand, Ash. In any event. Last time, despite a few, whoopsies here and there, and, the minor inefficiency hither and yaw, we made some pretty good progress last time, I would say. Ah, there you are, Brett. That way you can listen to the excellent music that this game has to offer. Indeed, that's actually a good question. What are you baking today, Brett? Bread? Pastry? Or perhaps you're baking something else? Such as meat or something? Cheesy muffins. Ah. Well, hopefully the baking effort goes well. Meanwhile, over in my territory, let us resume. So, pumpkin seeds with garlic powder. Ooh. Alright, so there's still some things we need to do involving the dragon bone. We have the talisman, so there's some puttering around that we need to do in the Shrine of the Mother. And those are the big catches at the moment. Meanwhile, we do have the plane model, and while we cannot really explore the entirety of the Chamber of Birth, it would be wise to do so after taking care of a few other things. In the meantime, we could also bring Lumination to the Chamber of Extinction for the sake of simplicity. And I think I will begin with that, just because I would prefer not to have to sort out wandering through the darkness. Oops. Having a bit of a brain to control disagreement. Oh yes, we also have the flail whip, so all will yield to our power. Do you mind? Ugh, a cursed bat. Ricotta pancakes, oh my. Oh. There's a switch around here somewhere, isn't there? That's kind of the danger about coming up to this top path. There's actually not really anything for one to illuminate. Oh. I see. Right, I forgot. We need a different element before we can do this. Right. Alright, we can come back to this later. Usually I've gone through many other things before worrying about this. So then, I think a trip over to... Actually, it might be worth having a word with Zelda at this moment. No? How about this? Does this spark your interest? Alright, now we should be able to get going with what we want to do. And with a little bit of luck, has this prompted itself properly? Yes, it has. Ugh. And with that, all of those skull totems go away. This is not actually a fairy that I want right now, rare as that is. I'd much more greatly prefer the healing fairy. Well, there we are. Ren seems entirely content to just kind of chill. No need to throw down with him if he's not going to raise a fuss. Not really even certain what we could even do. Oh hey! It's Shorn. Lemez's father. So, a little out of order in a bit of a silly way, but you can in fact actually catch glimpses of Lemez's father. And that area is one of the few areas where it's possible. Now over here... Okay, so I don't think it's going to let us do it yet. So we'll make our way over this way. A free grenade. Well, that opened that box, but there doesn't seem to be a whole lot that we can do with it. There seems to be a barrier, and... well, touching that's probably not healthy. Oops. I suppose we need to speak to Zelpid again. Ah, yes, I remember. We do. Alright, Zelpid, it's time for you to pull a Mulbrook. Womp. Indeed, contrary to the original version, you do need to actually ask for help from Zelpid and Mulbrook to make progression in this version. In Classic, this is not the case. Or at the very least, if it is, then I very much do not remember it. I claim not to be an authority, but I will say that is not something I recall. So what's Zelpid going to figure out for us? He's going to figure that the best approach is the direct approach. Thank you, Zelpid. He's an invincible old man. Don't worry about him. So it turns out that the villagers are of the 7th children, and modern humanity as we understand it are the 8th children. And the only hope of actually properly ending the mother's suffering and preventing an apocalypse of inevitability is for the 8th children to do the job. Oops. Don't repeat that. There we go. Now he's telling us to meet the 4 philosophers, but we've already done that, so we're a little ahead of the curve. But we now have the La-Mulana talisman, which will allow us to do some things that we couldn't before. Namely, getting through those curse barriers. Well, according to La-Mulana lore, the 3rd children were the winged ones, which is where Greek mythos mostly come from. So, I don't know, is Shinji Greek? Oop. Blew that a little bit. Thank you, Pat. And we receive a crystal skull, which I'm sure elicits a fair number of groans from many people. I'm not going to go do it in the interest of time, but it is an amusing consideration that if you bring it to Zelpid, he will look at it and go, oh, that thing. They made a bad movie about it, implying that the film that everyone hates was based upon this rather than the other way around. Which, I don't think that's historically accurate, but it's certainly amusing enough that I'm willing to entertain it. Oops. And that being said, we have a little task before us that involves it, in the labyrinth here. Although now I'm stopping to think about it, this path won't even bring us there. Let me adjust our course just a bit, by which I mean let me completely blow it. Oh dear, I'm embarrassing myself. I just about never take that path, so I often forget that there's one of those little bouncy things right there. Alright, so as we make our way over in this direction, we do so with a goal in mind. There is a tablet that states to step upon Neptune's belt, which is to say that there is a platform there. We have skulls here, so we present a skull. And well, well, well. We have quite the location here. This is the Dimensional Corridor, which has the rather distinct disadvantage of disallowing warping. You are stuck here until you leave, which can only be achieved through that gate right there. Oops. And, this place is quite the gauntlet. 13 mini-bosses this whole area contains. Ugh, I'm jumping utterly horribly. What is wrong with me? I know how to play this game, I swear. The good news, however, is that the Holy Grail tablet can be warped too. So we can return here very easily in due time. And there is something worth kind of poking into while we are here. As an aside, this lady is a very, very useful lady, though we're not going to be utilizing what makes her especially useful in the immediate. No, instead we're going to deal with this bull of a market right here. It's actually hitting me far more than usual. There we are. And we're interested in this door. You might have noticed that the 7 is over here, indicating one of the philosophers. This is Phobos. So we'll need to obtain the secret elixir of life, which we don't have the means to really do anything just with yet. And we'll need to recite incantations, which again, we can't do much with. Whoop. These tablets appear, but again, we can't really do anything with them because we cannot translate them yet. This is one of the points where the game necessitates, and for the sake of time, I'm just going to do a reset, because I will need to come through here again later. And I had forgotten that I had not translated the I've not hit all the Rosetta Stones just yet. But we'll be coming back through here eventually. Stepping through that door takes us to the Endless Corridor. One of the NPCs mentions that Tiamat reversed the front and the back for the Dimensional Corridor and the Endless Corridor, so that the Endless Corridor is in fact the back, and that is why Tiamat does not reside there. Because Tiamat is simply that powerful. So instead, at this point, I do believe we have everything necessary to complete our trek into the Chamber of Birth. So we will instead make our way there. And we'll take the Tower of the Goddess path, because there is a ferry along the way, and having a quick dip with some fairy healing would be worthwhile. Ugh. I say, and then that happens. I was hoping to get a chakram, but it didn't quite work out. It's very strange, this enemy type. Rather interesting in that it is at its least dangerous when the two are combined. If you destroy either individual element that comprises that enemy, be it just the warg that they ride, or the warrior atop, then the other will become more powerful. Usually that's a mechanic that you only really see in boss fights in most games, but here it's for a rather basic enemy. Alright, now we do this properly. Except for one point, but fortunately we can go through a majority of this without having to worry about that just yet. I did forget a detail, but the positive part is that I remembered it. So, for those who had remembered the indentation of the serpent, the black serpent upon the wall, there's also a black skull upon this wall. Similarly, one must present it with something that it is looking for. Alright then. The word birth is written upon the wall. The word death is written inside the wall. It's difficult to see, but there's an infinity symbol there now. So this is the one puzzle, as far as I can recall, that actually necessitates a chakram. Hello, ninja. Oops. There we are. There's a payout. Be very careful about this. The elephant columns will harm you. And for our troubles in this whole arc, we do receive our reward of the Holy Grail tablet for the Chamber of Birth. So that we've established that, let's take a little detour. We need to address the matter of this child and his jars. If they were to vanish all at once. So having done that, we have now properly completed all of the Stray Fairies' tasks. I suppose challenges or contrivances. However one wishes to describe the manner in which she is having us prove our worth. Whoops. And so we now have the Cog of the Soul. In the original version, this was called the Flywheel, because it is. And in doing so, the Sephiroths will now produce Mudmen continuously. Now the good news is they actually drop a rather healthy amount of soul points quite commonly. So they can actually be good for farming, and if you have the Flail Whip, you can dispatch them rather handily. The thing is that they will infinitely churn out Mudmen, so be prepared to deal with that. There's no way about it, however. So having done that, we now have everything we need to proceed through the Chamber of Birth properly. Once again, the astute among you may have noticed this little dark spot. Oops. And you can see there's another one back there, though this one bears the rather realistic threat of crushing should one time it poorly. Well, we managed to get most of our business going, but not all of it, it would appear. It would seem that this particular child demands a bit more of us. So let's take a quick dip back now that doing so wasn't such an investment. There's also a trapdoor right here so that one can return to the original path with minimal effort. Actually, you know what? Here we are. Careful not to hit the elephant statues. And here's the dimensional key. Which, upon thinking about it, I actually don't want that just yet. Or perhaps I do. No, I don't think I actually do just yet. There's a reason for this. So, you remember how I said that there are 13 mini-bosses in the Dimensional Corridor? Well, all of them will respawn if you do not have the Dimensional Key. And that one particular lady that I mentioned, the one with the scorpion tail, she is the most readily available to the Holy Grail tablet, and will drop 20 money upon defeat, with the benefit of... What am I doing? Why did I take this path? I'm so focused on explaining myself, I'm not even thinking about what I'm doing. With the benefits of the Gold Fairy, however, she will drop 100 coins. And one can simply enter and exit and re-enter and re-exit the room. And in so doing, I feel like I'm missing something here. Well, in any event, you can farm money quite effectively, and some things that you want do get rather costly. I do apologize for the slip-ups on my part here, relative inefficiency. I must confess that this part of the game is the part that is both quite involved and necessitates a lot of moving about, so keeping track of all the individual parts can be a bit tricky. And I think that's what I'm falling prey to in this moment. Ah, yes. Right, I remember a puzzle here now, that we could not do previously. But it's a puzzle that you don't really do yourself. You can see that there is there's a pressure plate up there. Well, we can't press it, but the Mudman can. And this scores us the perfume. The perfume is quite useful and will allow us to destroy skeletons with much greater ease. Now, this should not work. No, it doesn't. Ah, it's over here. No? I have to do something on the other side first? Ugh. I really am forgetting how to do this. This is actually getting into the point of embarrassment. What am I missing here? I'm also beginning to run low on weights, so that's suddenly becoming a concern. Oops, did not mean to tag that. Isn't the solution here something a little on the silly side now that I think about it? No? Not what I meant to do exactly. Pressing the wrong button a few times there, pardon me. Oh wait, that's what it is. Secret passage. Have fun, Ash. Oops. Shot a flare off on accident to put up the shield. Be careful about this, it will crush you if you're not careful. Also, that's a very, very large Mudman spawner underneath the Sephiroth here. Now, why isn't this working? We definitely have the Mudman spawning, because we have the perfume. Why are you not spawning? Oh right, isn't it necessary for us to... Right, we need to come this way first. That's what it is. We're unable to read that tablet at this moment, which is unfortunate, but not a showstopper. The wall traps can get a bit much here. Reading that background element is actually a puzzle. I think, in fact, that's what we're looking for in particular regarding our big clay friend. Now, the teleporter opened up over here. And it returns us to this area, which we've not actually been able to access from this particular point before. But we can see that there's another teleporter over here. it brings us back this way. More or less, it's a way to go through the whole thing quicker. As you can see, being able to dispatch the skeletons with far fewer strokes is a tremendous advantage. Oof, I've got 2 weights left. I hope I don't need any further for the rest of the leg of this. Excuse me, behemoth. No. Well, now I'm definitely missing something, and I'm embarrassed to admit I'm not quite certain what it is. Why are you not spawning? I don't think I need to do anything in particular. Well, while we ponder this, let's go get some weights. That's not the front, that's the back. I think this has earned a dip into the hot spring of shame at this point, honestly. Well, in the meantime, so now that we have the dimensional corridor available, we also have Miracle.exe. Actually, you know what? The one closest to a fairy spot would be, all things considered, the one over here. And we have our own business in this area as well. So now that we have our large bladed weapon, we should be able to break through that block down there now. There we are. And behind this block is a box that holds not a bunch of money, but 30 bombs, which is, if I recall correctly, I think that's actually the cap. It is. So if you ever run out of bombs, you can stop by here for a one-time complete refill. All the careful movements I made, undone in a moment. Fine, I'll take the door. Oh right, isn't this room a room of interest? Indeed it is. Lonely House Moving, another software. Now, I admittedly don't remember the software combination that gets us the gold fairy specifically, But we do have Miracle, so we can do some experiments. So Miracle and Mickery are a combination, as are Miracle and Rose and Camellia. Bounce.exe is also a combination, as is Mirai. So let's start with seeing what Mirai gets us. Alright, Healing Fairy. I have a feeling this isn't actually a combination relevant to this. I think this is actually the one that makes the developers show up. It's been a bit. I don't remember the software combinations. Although, I did actually take note of that once upon a time. I'll have to dig that up at some point. So let's try Rose and Camellia. Well, that's getting us another Healing Fairy. I may be off my base on this. Oop. I unequipped Mirai, so I can't switch to the back. Whoops. Yeah, before I waste everyone's time, including my own, let me see if I can dig up that notation that I set down once upon a time. I don't think I'm going to find it in any short order. Oh well. It's not too taxing to get a particular fairy. Fortunately. So we'll head up here to the Classic, where resets are the simplest, and we'll just procure a gold fairy to our cause. Hopefully it won't take too long. No, that's a weapon fairy. Ah, would this be the combination for weapon fairy? Seems it is. Alright, seems like Miracle and Mikuri is Key Fairy. That seems to be the case. Alright, that probably means that Miracle and Rose and Camellia is the Healing Fairy. Which probably means that a different software... Ah, perhaps Death Village. I forgot we had this. No, that also seems to be giving... this seems to be giving randoms. Yes, it is. Alright, so that's not a specific combination. So, yes, it appears one of the softwares we don't have is Gold Fairy. Unfortunate. Oh well. So the patterns for the fairies are two stars moving in a circle is the healing fairy. 2 stars moving in a square shape is the weapon fairy. 4 stars that are doing both a circular and a square pattern at the same time is gold fairy. And 4 stars in a square pattern is key fairy. Alright, there we are. Here's gold. So we'll dip over to the dimensional corridor really quick. Try not to get held up by our winged friend here. And we're just going to get in this lady's face and do what we do. And each time we defeat her, as long as we have the gold fairy, she'll drop 100 gold. We are not beholden to entering from any given side. Regardless of which one we appear in, she will spawn on the opposite side. So already we can afford Lonely House moving. Oops. And as said, you cannot do this if you have the dimensional key, because she will not respawn in that instance. So in a single summon, we are now 700 coins up. This should solve the rest of our financial concerns for the rest of the run. Now we can grab the dimensional key without really any regrets. And in the meantime, we can also pick up Lonely House moving. If I can find... There it is. So we have nearly all the software at this point, and I think we also should have... Oops. I think this combination... This combination should be what we need for the enhanced whip. So let's see here. Is there anything that I could be doing in the meantime that we've not covered yet? There's very little. We have a mostly full inventory, in fact. I do happen to know of a treasure that the key fairy will reveal, and I will get it in due time, although not immediately, because it is actually of a disadvantage to acquire it. Excuse me. Let's see here. What am I missing? I know that I'm missing the pushette key, which is what we need to take out the big mud man for. I don't have the gun because I never bothered to buy it, but I suppose we can do that real quick. Why not? Wait a minute. There it is. The pistol is hush hush. Don't let them know that I sold you a firearm. Alright, I have an idea. And I think we'll want to go to the Endless Corridor for this. I think this is where we will find the fourth philosopher. Because there should be over here. Yes. Alright, so that is the path that one of our philosopher friends will open for us. It's a matter of entry. Oh, wait, what am I thinking? The final philosopher is in the Spring in the Sky. There was that one room that I didn't enter back in the beginning. Over here in the path that really there's no point in going down until later in the game in two instances. One, after you've obtained the life seal, and second, after you have the ocarina so you can actually commune with the philosophers. Here it is. And this is where Giltorio is. So in effect, the children of the mother have had the task of returning the mother to the stars, but the only children that really attempted to try were the second children, the giants, who failed due to breaking out into civil war. Giltorio provides probably the most information of all of the philosophers, as he will explain not only the story, but also the necessity of having the Jed Pillar and the Magatama Jewel, as well as the mantras to drive the wedges. Alright, now his path should be open, and that should be the one in the Endless Corridor. There it is. And this is very much a path worth taking. It certainly opens up with some intimidating rock work now, doesn't it? And this is where we acquire the Death Seal. It is also where we find one of the Rosetta Stones. 60%, that's curious. I thought we already had the 60% mark. Perhaps because I did them out of order. There are 4 Rosetta Stones to find. Usually this will be the last one. Evidently I've missed some. In any case, we have the Death Seal now, which opens up some opportunities for us. There are places that we can now access that we could not access before. I think the first instance of the Death Seal is actually in the Temple of the Sun. And yes, the Shrine of the Mother's theme certainly does sound suitably imposing like a boss theme generally would, doesn't it? Oops. Excuse me. I'm coming through. Let's see here. Where is it arranged again? Okay, yes. So we can see that the Death Seal actually has a distinctly different coloration than the rest of them. The others, I think, are red, yellow, orange, yellow, and green. Whereas this is more of like a reddish or a bluish or something. I entirely confess, I can't discern the colors well. That being said, this shop is notable for having very cheap bullets. If I recall correctly, this is not the shop that you want to buy your bullets from. When you buy bullets, you buy them in packs of 6, and you can carry 3 packs and 6 in the chamber. Actually, you know what? We're already in the Temple of the Sun, getting to where we want for the sake of demonstration here in the Temple of the Moon, or Temple of Moonlight, rather. It's actually quicker to just walk there. But the shopkeeper in the village will sell bullets 1 pack for 500 gold. That cheap person back there will sell 1 pack for 350. There is another shop, which I do think is this one, which is a bit involved to do. Not quite forward enough. Oops. That's not quite what I intended now, is it? There we are. Take several bombs to access this shop. Ah, the scriptures. Makes you immune to bats. Very useful. We also see that this individual sells bullets for 400. If I recall correctly, this person is actually the one who has the best value on bullets, because they sell 3 packs at once, which is the single best value on bullets in the whole game. Let's take another trip to the spring to acquire some finances. That way we can pick up the scriptures. Because, well, I don't know about you, but not having to worry about bats anymore seems quite valuable to me. Now let's see if I was correct about my assessment. No, it's not Lonely House Moving that does it. Oh well. Shouldn't be too difficult to get another gold fairy. There we are. Ooh, I would like to get that weight, but the money's a bit more important. It's a bit subtle, but I am, in fact, taking this lady out in fewer swings with the current whip combination that we have, so I am quite certain I do have the damage boosting combination for the flail whip. If I recall correctly, its base damage is 7, and the software combination raises it to 9. If that's not the case, then its base damage is 6, and it is escalated to 8. It's somewhere around there. It's not 10, but it's still quite good. Oops. There we are. Alright, and with that, our financial concerns are done with. So let's grab those scriptures really quickly. I recognize this is not the most time-efficient thing, but at the same time, I also think that kind of went out the window when I got stumped as to why the mini-boss that I need to deal with is refusing to spawn. So, you know, one task at a time. Yes, there are 3 optional items in the game that simply allow you to bypass or ignore some of the more irritating elements of the game. Now buy some other things. All of them are worthwhile in their own right. Alright, so I need the vessel, I need the key. I need the Jed pillar. What's the other one I'm missing? And over there we have the Spalder and the Magatama jewel. Oh right, and the dimensional key, that's it. Vessel, Spalder, Magatama, Jed pillar, Shed key. Oh. I wonder. No, that shouldn't be the case there. I feel as though something has slipped me by, like I've done something not quite correct, so things aren't going as I'm expecting them to. Well, since we have the Death Seal, we can also stop by here. I need to be better about sticking that lantern. And there's a bit of a neat point of detail. We can see that there's a Death Seal up here. Which clears that path, but doesn't quite allow us to get in all the way. We will need to do a bit more. That being said, what we're truly after here in this moment is this. The Shrine of the Mother's Sacred Orb. I'm going to investigate something really quickly. Aha. Alright, so the statue has appeared. The statue of the goddess of life. But we can't really do anything with this yet. Doing so is going to be a bit involved. I always did like the detail that there are several flywheels in the background of the Chamber of Birth, showing that the machinery is all there. It's simply missing the instigating factor to get it all working properly. I hit an elephant. Whoops. Oh, wait, right. I don't... Okay, I know what I'm missing. I remember. I remember the puzzle. I haven't been looking at the tablet, so I forgot about it, but I remember it now. Let's see here. It is... in here, I think? Yes. We must perform the dance of life. That's what we're missing. Now, is there a warp point that will let me out of here easier? Not that I can see. Unfortunate. Alright. But that should be it. That should be the, point that I was overlooking. Indeed, I know exactly why that tripped me up. I'm not used to that being an untranslated tablet. Because usually I have all of them settled by this point, but I have missed one of the Rosetta Stones. And I will need to address that. Alright. Here we are. Certainly not one of the more difficult mid-bosses. Here we are. Here's the pochette key. And now, having done that, we can actually access the other side of the Chamber of Birth fairly easily. Although I don't think there's anything worthwhile in this direction at this point. I think we have, in fact, achieved all it is that we need to do so here. So let us head over to the Chamber of Extinction real quick, and see if we can't solve this issue of the light sources. Making me have to get through a little quicker this time. There we are. Alright, so we've activated something of import here. Though perhaps we've not turned the lights on. I could have sworn this is what that was related to. I do know that there is a room that will allow us to turn the lights on permanently, but I must confess I am failing to recall it properly. Oh, no matter. We can refill our flame. Perhaps it would behoove us to simply run a lap real quick. The curry breaks are important. Indeed, indeed. It's not here. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, no, that's not important. We'll let the Fairy do her job while we wait for the light to extinguish so we can reset it. Well, I can't say exactly why this isn't working, but I can say that we have what we need to get some things done. As an aside, if I recall correctly, this is the shop that I took today's stream title from. Ah, have a nice day. Excuse me, I got it wrong. Oh well. This is probably the best shop dialogue in the game. A game with excellent shop dialogue. Oh dear, I have a problem, I'm realizing. Hmm. Hmm. I seem to be... Right! I know where it is. Everything about the Chamber of Birth is convoluted. So it's very easy to overlook a very simple thing. Actually, think about it. Is it that one? It may well be that one. No, it is not that one. Alright, it must be that one then. No, it's one of these. Here it is. The Store of Life. And this is in fact not open if you have not applied the Cog of the Soul. Alright, now we can settle this. If it's not one thing, it's another, isn't it? Oops. Took a little bit of a ding there. Thankfully, nothing tremendous in the realm of damage taken. Wump. The big draw to using this path over here, beyond the fact that it's a little quicker, it also saves you weight expenditure. Right then. And we'll want to have the Pochette key equipped, because if you do not have it equipped, then you don't get to fight the boss. We're also going to alter our software real quick, because as it turns out, basically the quickest way to deal with this boss is to use the axe, which is also a very dangerous way of fighting this boss. So here we are taking off, and we need to actually put the key in the ignition, otherwise the plane doesn't take off. So touching Palanque is very damaging. But at the same time, you get to sit underneath him and use the axe, which is basically your best bet. Unfortunately, there's a lot of things that jostle you around, so it's easy to fall out of the loop. You know what? Let me adjust my loadout. Guess I need to step off the screen first. Indeed, surprise, Shmup Boss. I think I would say that of all the bosses in La-Mulana, I think I would qualify Palanque as the most obnoxious. Alright, let's see if we can do this better this time. Getting rid of these lasers would go a long way to helping. There we go. Unfortunately, when he decides to maneuver like this, there's not a whole lot one can do in terms of damage output. There we are. And he has one last dirty, dirty surprise. He will leap from his whole thing, and if you don't strike him back, you get self-destructed and you lose anyway. You know, I've never actually played Rondo of Blood, so I don't actually know to that which you refer, I'm afraid. In any case, so having dealt with that properly, there's now the matter of that one front and back door that we... rude. That we couldn't do a whole lot about previously. Oop, soul ball. Unreachable soul ball. Rude. So let's dip back there real quick and deal with things good and proper, shall we? Ugh, my swings are ineffectual today. This door right here. It seems that there's an Ankh there, but that makes no sense now, does it? What does this glyph have, this tablet have to say? Oh no, we can't read it. Amusingly, these enemies here are genuinely called Oxhead and Horseface. Usually these two aren't that difficult because really they're not all that bad. As you can see, they have quite simplistic patterns. But I've not been able to eliminate one of them particularly quickly. There we are. And that does complicate them. The only reason that they're a threat is because there's multiple of them. So there's a path up there, and we can't quite reach it. So what do? Why, anger the local automaton, of course. Oop, I stood a little too far forward. Ugh. And we take it for a ride. So what could be on the other side of this? The surface, as it turns out. And it would appear that there's actually a fair amount of efficiency in the maps up here that we were not previously privy to. Including a money box. And it leads to a new path. Now, money box. The spikes here operate on the classic rules for spikes. They will hurt you, period. Remember this statue? No? Well, perhaps we'll remember it later. So, here we have the Tower of Ruin. From an area that we could not previously access. And with the benefit of this death seal, and not with the benefit of these little time freezy little grubs running around, we're able to open up this pyramid, which allows us to reach this area in a much more simplistic manner than prior. And it's a good thing too, because we are very hurt right now. So let's dip back to the Tower of the Goddess and consult the fairy before we go and head off to the left in that particular chamber. Ah, we've descended enough that the shortcut opened. No, no, Gold Fairy, we do not need your services any further. Here we are. I'd like to think that that was a slick dodge of a Baoku. So that tablet mentioned Nuwa, who is the creation figure in Chinese myth. Well, here she is. There's a few spots where it's very easy to hit her without fear of reprisal. Admittedly, I don't quite remember where they are in the immediate. There we are. This seems to be working reasonably well, however. Now, after a bit, she becomes a bit more agitated. And standing directly beneath her is broadly not especially wise. So with that in mind, you might conclude that the axe is not a particularly wise decision, and I would broadly agree with that assessment. That being said, oh dear, that didn't quite work out. Come on, there we go, there's a hit. The chakram is ever reliable, fortunately. And she guards the Jed Pillar, one of the elements necessary for us to perform the mantras. Now, there are still things that we need, and tasks that we must perform. That being said, one of those things we are not going to find until we actually defeat Tiamat. And dealing with Tiamat is a bit on the involved side. Let's see here, I'm definitely missing the vessel there. That's the Magatama. What's the other thing I'm missing? I must confess I don't exactly remember. Actually, funnily enough, I think something... It might... Oh, right, no, the Magatama jewel is the use item. It's the Spalder that occupies the just item area. That's right, that's how it goes. Alright, everything's clear now. So then... The most immediate thing to do is to go and clear out the mini-bosses in the Dimensional Corridor. However, I do need to find the final Rosetta Stone. And I fully admit, I do not quite remember just where that one is. I know where 3 of them are, I don't know where the 4th is. Otherwise, it'd simply be a matter of walking about. Oh my, no, I see what's going on. I read one of the Rosetta Stones and then lost progress. That's what happened. So I actually have gotten all of them I simply had a progress loss and that undid one of them. That's the issue. That's unfortunate. Alright, well, fortunately, that is easy enough to correct. Let's see here. Okay. In that event, it should be through here that I need to go. Get some chakrams back, always welcome. It should be this one, shouldn't it? There we are. Right, I lost progress over here, and I didn't check this stone again. That's why this hasn't been going correctly. Ugh. How vexing. Alright, so then, with that dealt with, we can in fact make our way to the dimensional corridor and get things done proper. There's the proof that I am in fact using the damage boosting software combo. It only took me one swing with the flail whip to dispatch that particular enemy. Oh dear, and I'm just walking right into this lady. Here we are. So at this point, mini-bosses will not respawn any further. Now I'm going about this path in something of a suboptimal path, but it doesn't super matter either. Because it is worthwhile to go in this direction. You can see that altar that appeared there. Bear in mind where that is. This first form can be dealt with fairly simply by just standing right there. But then of course more come. And the chakram and its tremendous damage output is very useful at this point. It's alright if you lose a few here. This area is rather the gauntlet, and you may notice that the path back is not readily available. Since we can't warp out, we do need to ensure that we can survive after an extended action sequence. We get in our software here. This upgrades our music player so that we can play all music rather than just some music. Those familiar with the game will be rather familiar with my hesitations right there. Oh, you rude jerk. I forgot how much of a nuisance this particular mini-boss is. Of course, the one above here is worse. Once again, those familiar with the game will know exactly what I am speaking of. Fortunately, these large lumbering foes are not particularly threatening and have a propensity to provide a fair degree of soul points. Which I'm being denied all the way, it would appear. Come on. Really? No one? No one? Ugh. It looks like that block up there would hold a secret, doesn't it? Strangely, it does not. It is, in fact, just a block. Having gone through a whole branch of this, we'll dip back to the Holy Grail tablet to get a save in. Particularly since we are at full health at this point. No sense in not doing so. And we'll return here to deal with this particular nuisance. Armed now with a more potent whip. We'll dip in, say hello to Phobos again. Oops. Have him repeat himself on accident. And this time, when we check these tablets, which are of a different shape, you may note, we learned the new mantras. These will certainly hold their utility in time. We have a mini-boss here. Someone with a familiar shape, I must admit. Although, not quite the same. You cannot harm this individual when they are underwater, you cannot even see them, but you can track their position through the bubbles. Ugh. Ugh, I'm doing a horrible job fighting them. Ugh. They will only pop out of the water when you are over a valid area. Fortunately, to compensate for the fact that there's very little opportunity to actually harm them, they haven't much health. There's some more creatures to challenge over in this direction. This one is annoying, save for the fact that it does have one useful thing that you can take advantage of, provided that the game is sufficiently courteous. Namely, if you can get it in a loop like this. If it simply hops between two platforms and you stand between them, it can't really do much of anything. But when it decides to actually do its attack, well, that's another matter. Now you can see we can't return back from whence we came, and we have very little in the way of health. So we are not in good shape here. And down here, we have a jerk. So this individual is somewhat similar to another one that we've dealt with previously. Namely where they're going to guard in a specific manner. Of course, I haven't the health to really science it out on the fly. It's been a bit long since I've fought them. Some frame drops during transitions, curious. Bitrate is giving me some less than pleasing descriptions here, but doesn't seem to be too horrid. Is anyone else experiencing such a thing? You as well? I see. Well, that's unfortunate and unpleasant in equal measure. Alas, there's not really much I can do about it, unfortunately. So let's see if we can achieve a little more this time. Naturally, you can't get an attack in when their guard is up. But when they are attacking, they can't put their guard up. Shotguns are useful here. I'm not quite certain why I dove down to get the money. I can't exactly claim it. We're near a recovery. However, we do have a complication first. Well, Ray and others have stated they're having the same issues, so no, it's not just you. Ugh. There we are, that was a good tag. Now, fortunately, the pattern for this particular enemy is not the most threatening in the world. It's rather easy to simply avoid it and take your shots where you can make them. Unfortunately, that particular one is a bit on the rude side. Now, hopefully, this first one here will be a touch less rude than it has been in these last few attempts. Well, I suppose with this life total, I would have survived against the worm. Hey there, Funky. Enjoy your lurk. It also would appear that the enemies here are conspiring to not provide me with heal points. Oh, I'd forgotten about this. If you hang around in the water, then this individual gets especially rude. Well, that is certainly going to complicate things going forward. Let's see if I can actually succeed at dealing with this enemy without taking a hit. Seems like it just had one idea and it just wanted to stick with it. Which under ideal conditions would have been preferred, but I was not prepared for that, and I did not really have the chakrams to spare. Well, this one just insists on being the worst, it would appear. Let's just do a reset. That particular enemy has the quirk of it will not turn around unless it is facing a wall in the other direction. It will never jump backwards, rather, is the way I would prefer to say that. And if you are in a particularly inconvenient location, it will simply do this instead. Unfortunately, you can also only harm this enemy in the face. As you can see, it turns around there so that its tail will face the wall, which means that you can't simply anticipate a hop over there. Of all the enemies in this area, this is probably the most volatile of them. Incidentally, as a point of trivia, in one of the time trials, this is the enemy that they make you fight first. Come on. Work with me here and get in your loop. Ugh. I stood a little too far forward and it cost me. Alright, let's take a bit of a different tack. Let's go for one of the more distinctly obnoxious elements first, for a very specific reason. The enemy in question, to which I refer, is incredibly obnoxious, not because of the manner in which we are forced to contend with them, as seen there, but rather more because of a secondary condition. And I recognize that I'm somewhat doing this incorrectly in doing so, Oh, well, I blew it. This now ceases to be easy, and now becomes RNG. So you can see that ladder up there? There's not any way to reach it other than to ride that little water spout and then make it to the top. This mini-boss is effectively what I refer to as the one bullshit thing in the game. Up that ladder is the final sacred orb. The fight itself is not bad, however you can only realistically reach it by either riding that water column or damage boosting up to the top, which is unreliable and time consuming. So in effect one needs to get it on the first try. Unless one is willing to spend an exorbitant amount of time trying over and over. Oh, and it can also choose to not do the water shot first and just do that. Oh. And I failed to swim. So as you can see, the Dimensional Corridor is a bit of an ask. While I think the platforming and combat in this game and boss fights in general are fine, I do feel that it broadly works for the game because it's somewhat in moderation. I don't think that an absolute gauntlet really works for the game in the game's favor. And as such, a situation like this, I feel, plays against its strengths rather than with them. And so I can understand someone becoming frustrated with this part in particular and looking to it as a cited example of where the game is weak. That being said, I would say that it is the exception that proves the rule, because usually this game is on point, I would say. The controls are deliberate, but smooth and responsive. And while they demand particularities, with experience comes, consistency. And this enemy just kind of does not follow that. As you can see. When it moves over here, you can't even attempt to get up the ladder. And see, now it's just up there and blocking the path. This is why I've been resetting so aggressively and attempting to do this. If there's any part in the game that I do not look forward to, it is the Dimensional Corridor. It's unfortunate that a game that is otherwise so consistent in its quality kind of falls apart towards the back end of the game in its final major area. I don't think I lay blame at the feat of the special condition of not being able to warp out, because usually you can simply warp out to safety if such would be to your advantage. So you're not ever in that much threat. However, this area in particular, I feel is just a bit much. This is too tight of a demand, and the enemy bringing RNG into the whole situation just kind of makes it more frustrating than fun to deal with. And putting a major prize on the other end of the whole affair is just kind of the frustration atop the cake. Because while not strictly necessary to acquire, there are two reasons that you would want the final Sacred Orb. The obvious is more health. Pardon me. The other is that some ending conditions and subsequently achievements are tied to acquiring all items in the game, as in, every pickup. Not like, every single ammo, but something to the tune of, anything that you would find in a prize box, really. And, of course, it made me jump the wrong way there. So if you want to get the achievements and the ending adjuster that are tied to all items, which is, frankly speaking, one of the easier ones to get, then this is not optional. And I feel they could have done better with this, either in making the loop less RNG, so you can have more than realistically one guaranteed attempt. Or just get rid of or just scrap the idea entirely and simply hide the ladder. Make it go down to the second tier there and simply hide it until the boss has been defeated. I didn't feel like I was going to get out there. And of course, if you get harmed through it, then because of the way the game works, you don't get your controls back until you plant your feet upon the ground once more. So if you get harmed through the water column, then you achieve a whole lot of nothing. It is certainly something that I've, as you can probably tell, put a lot of time and thought towards. And I imagine it's not difficult to agree with me that this is probably the singular worst thing in the game. There we are. And of course, that's not quite everything. As we can see here, there exists the very real possibility of not actually being able to make it through. Right. I had a plan there and I completely forgot a basic game mechanic, and that precluded me from succeeding. So now we're back to this again. So the only other way up, other than riding the water column, is to do a damage boost. Which involves having a good sense for the timing, which feels inconsistent. It may or may not be, but it feels that way. And even then, it has a fair degree of precision to it. Now, some of you may have been guessing that I am intent in the future on doing a La-Mulana randomizer. I most certainly am. I enjoy this game tremendously, and broadly I would consider it one of the greatest games that has ever been made. It is a game that manages to earn the credential of being a game that I would actually call a favorite without hesitation. This is basically the part I do not look forward to in every single run through. So, I hope that the folks making the randomizers have the forethought to adjust this. Because this is quite wildly unfair and a tremendous time waste. More so than any given, such thing that one would find in, say, SMZ3. Shack Tool takes time, but Shack Tool also does not have a random element tied to it. You definitely get a prize out of it. Whether the prize is worth it or not, who can say? So the only thing that can go wrong with Shack Tool is if you accidentally destroy Shack Tool early somehow. There we are. Alright, this time without mucking that up. Ugh, and I mucked up something else entirely anyway. I think you can see what I mean. Oh, got it on the first try there. I think in theory that you're supposed to stop time as either the jar falls or the enemy back there does his big blast thing. But realistically speaking, it's easier to just do that. And here we are, the final sacred orb. As you can see, this enemy isn't even threatening. The only problem is getting the prize that it guards so intensely. In any case, now that we have as much health as we reasonably can, and we're about guaranteed to have a heal going forward, now we can actually put forth our efforts towards completing this task. I think that was an entire half hour dedicated to simply getting the one item beyond the one enemy, so bear that in mind. There we are. It's taken far longer than it could at all be justifiable in this nonsense, but progress is indeed being made. Oh dear. All right. Third time's a charm. Or would this be fourth? This would be fourth, wouldn't it? If we can actually get our terrain digging friend to cooperate, we can actually get that settled quite quickly. Of course, it goes all smoothly after the conditions for it to be easier are achieved. Let's deal with these altars that have been appearing here. Oops. Honestly, I probably should have been dealing with them sooner than later. So as we can see, we've been to every room, but there's still one more to deal with. There is in fact one final puzzle, and that is the last puzzle before the end game, and it is rather involved. In effect, we need to do a specific sequence of actions in specific rooms in order to unlock the path forward. Really? Not getting any more altar action here? Oops. Didn't mean to throw that shuriken. No, it'll happen eventually, I imagine. So, when I struck left and then right, that's a specific action. We need to do that in a specific order in the specific rooms. There are 3 tablets that contribute to this clue. 1, the action that must be taken, the rooms that are relevant, and the order that actually matters. I must confess, I don't remember the exact order, but I do remember the rooms. As it turns out, I did remember the order. And thank goodness, something went smoothly. So here's our final friend to hang around with here. This would be made somewhat easier if I had actually achieved the acquisition of the treasure in the area. But I've not yet acquired that, and so this is going to be a little more complicated than it elsewise would be. But not tremendously. This enemy holds both the Magatama Jewel. This unlocks the Ankh. And with that, we're just about complete. We'll go over and do a save for safety reasons. Ah, there's one of the other altars. There are 3 to do. There we are. Oops. Oh no, I fell. Hopefully that doesn't impose. There we are. And here we have the best shield, the Angel Shield. The Angel Shield is the largest of all the shields, and you cannot be guard broken. Needless to say, it's quite useful. So then, I think it's high time that we actually contend with Tiamat properly. Tiamat is special for a variety of reasons as far as the Guardians of the game go. Beyond being more involved to reach than any other, we do in fact directly receive a reward in extremely direct terms for defeating Tiamat. And lastly, our inability to warp in the Dimensional Corridor will be relaxed when she is no longer messing with things. So, let's get to it. She has 3 phases she'll go through. Each time you do a sufficient amount of damage, her phase will shift. And her expression will become increasingly frustrated. Understandably so. Oh dear. That actually hit me. That's her hardest hitting attack, as it may surprise you. This is her hardest to dodge attack. Ugh. Never mind, that actually hurts more. It's unfortunate that I moved a little too soon and got hit by the wave. Oh, that's a wipe. On the whole, Tiamat is not the most difficult boss, but she definitely is more complex than any other. Having 3 phases and basically more moves than anyone else. On the whole, as far as the Guardians go, I would say that she lives up to her reputation as the most powerful of the Guardians. Narratively and mechanically. She certainly can harm you more than any other. That much is not in question. Oops. Oh dear. Getting caught outside of her hands is actually a very, very bad thing. Because you cannot move through them. They are functionally walls, and I clipped that wave again. Ugh. Embarrassing. And the easiest place to actually harm her is beneath her, so getting caught outside of the arms is in fact a very bad thing. It pretty much shifts it so that you can only be harmed. And she cannot. It is very favorable for her to have you outside rather than within. Oops. Oh, come now, really? Don't be in a rush to leave the waterfalls, they will make you regret it. Let's not have another laser show, thank you. I do like Tiamat's expressions. So, yes. We can, in fact, use the Holy Grail now. And we have another use for our talisman, the Magatama, which is necessary for us to enter the endgame with. For a very specific reason. Tiamat, really? Is that what she gets referred to by the community? See, titty mitts I'm fine with because that's silly and funny. I feel like that's low-hanging fruit for Tiamat. Alright, so then. All things considered, yes, we should take this route. Ugh. Thank you, Skeleton. Where would I be without you? Also, for the sake of completionism, there we go. So I mentioned a while ago that I knew of something that I was electing to not get on purpose. That would be this item, the Spalder, which is theoretically a power-up. Unfortunately, it's not. This little after image that the weapon conjures does less damage than the weapon itself, and because of the way the hit frames work, causes it to prioritize over other hits, so you end up doing infrequent damage, and that causes your total damage output to decrease. It's very unfortunate. But at this point we don't really have anything we super need the axe for. And to its credit, it does look pretty cool. It can also give you a bit of a better idea about just what the hitbox for the whip and whatnot are. Hitboxes, I should say. So you may be wondering, why are we back here? As it turns out, it's for a very specific reason. Oops. I got distracted by a mouse cursor. It's tricky to see, but there is, in fact, a Magatama here in this pedestal. And we definitely want to utilize it. If we head back to the Chamber of Extinction, which despite all rational thought I have not found the permanent light switch for, I think I have a guess where it is, but at this point it's not really worth pursuing. Oop, wait, I'm going the wrong direction. What am I doing? So remember how we couldn't scan this previously? Well, now we can. And then, with this, we have all the rudimentary elements we need to actually utilize the mantra. I noticed that I am missing a software, and I can't even remember what it was. I think it's Capstar. I don't remember where Capstar is. Oh. In any case, we don't need our scanning software any further. And realistically speaking, we don't need the map software at any point. So we could just include another software in all of this. But responsibly, we'll want to include our mantra, at least for the time being. This is genuinely bothering me, though. Let's take the low road through this time. Just because I would like to see if there's... What am I missing about the permanent lights? I've spoken about it at length, and yet I haven't been able to procure it, and I feel like I'm disappointing in that respect. Also, you'll notice that compass up there is a bit illuminated. So we can't do anything from here because there's a one-way door. But we can come from the original direction, and perhaps that's the solution that has been eluding me this whole time. Oops. While we're here, so we found that these were speaking of mantras earlier, and it speaks to seal the Guardians in reverse order from the way that their areas are introduced. The first mantra is in a never-ending corridor. The second at the foot of twins at the tip of the feet that connect the two. We can see that there are various statements about what it is that we need to do, and we can even keep track of them for simplicity here. Oops. You may have noticed that we seem to be skipping number 6 here. Now I could have swore it was in this room. But perhaps not. Perhaps this is simply the mural. Perhaps the matter is settled elsewhere and I just simply don't remember where it is. Most vexing. Oh well. So then. We have our Jed pillar. We have our mantra program. But we are lacking our vessel. So while we can achieve a few things, we cannot achieve everything. So then the question becomes, where is the vessel? Now you might remember that there was a puzzle back a ways that said, don't even try, because you do not have what it takes. Well, another tablet tells us that a golden surface or something to that effect will turn the light. Well, the angel shield certainly seems to be goldish, does it not? And since its guard cannot be broken, it is an immovable object in that respect. It is what we are looking for. And so we return to the top of the Tower of the Goddess, because as it turns out, the Tower of the Goddess Holy Grail statue is actually quite the hub point. So we need to use the appropriate mantras here. The puzzle in this area involves there being a mischievous spirit that does not actually hurt you. And so the one that you want to give life rather than death is the one that is, you know, actually safe, as it were. And of the three unique, I don't know if it's right to call them enemies necessarily, but of the three entities in those rooms, those fairies will actually move through you, so there's no contact damage, and their projectiles, similarly, will simply pass through you. So their shots are simply harmless mischief. So with that, we have our elixir, and we can get started on the mantra proper. Now the first was Tiamat's Wedge. So we want to start with the Endless Corridor. And it's a rather kind introduction to the concept. Simply walking in from the front entrance is enough to produce the mantra tablet. And provides us with our first wedge mantra, Marduk, which should be utilized right here. Now, the way that one deduces these things... I never actually opened this. Silly me. The endless shop. Nah, bro, not buying. I'll grab these, though. The way one goes about solving this involves those compasses. So if we look at our text tracker, the second is at the foot of the twins, at the tip of the feet that connect the two. So if we looked at the first one, the first mantra is in the corridor. So these give us a clue as to where we will find the mantra tablet, and then we need to do some deductive reasoning involving the compasses as to where we actually utilize them. And there's something of a rule about how one goes about doing so, though, well, there is a logic to it, but explaining it is a little difficult. So for the moment, we'll simply go to the Twin Labyrinth and see what we can achieve there. Since we need to be at the foot of the two, oops, that's not what I meant to do. You might think that what we're looking for is one of these rooms. Or somewhere nearby, because it says at the foot of the path that connects the two. And I'm just getting dumped right under the floor. And that would be correct. Interestingly, Sabbat is the name of Baphomet's boss theme. Marduk is not the name of Tiamat's theme, however. That is Interstice of the Dimension. So now, where do we use this? Well, as it turns out, this is where we would actually want to have the utilization of the map. If we look at our map, we can see that the compass holds some positions here. One is in the front and the other is in the back. There is a compass in the front and the back of every section. And broadly speaking, the destination involves starting from one and proceeding to the next in a path that is functionally the same. Basically, you move the same kind of movement that you would to reach the compass. But honestly, it's kind of confusing. It's because it's not one-to-one and it's more about a specific variety of movement. It's a bit of a thing. Now, of course, one can simply go, oh, well, if there's a limited number of rooms and you have the mantra, can you just brute force the matter? And yes, you can. Oops, this isn't the right one. So our next stop would be the Chamber of Extinction. As we can see, the Chamber of Extinction has some funky kind of map layout to it, seeing as how it's actually in 3 sections. Meanwhile, the Chamber of Birth, its compass is over in what would functionally be one of those alternative areas. We also know that it loops around in some funky ways. I'm not going to say that I can provide you with first attempt solutions to this because, once again, it has been a while. I can't even find out where the sconce that keeps the light just on is anymore. I can make no such promise, unfortunately. But I can say that ultimately we will not be occupied long in doing this. I don't think it's this room. I don't remember exactly what room it is, but I don't think it's along any of the secret track. Or perhaps I'm wrong, perhaps it is. It's not through the back way, is it? I think it might actually be through that back way there. Either way, we need to go to the Tower of the Goddess to reach it. That right there was an instance of the Spalder working against me. It is not yet time for this particular adventure, but we will get to it eventually. Ah, right, I remember now. This last one is not in the Chamber of Extinction, but the Chamber of Birth. Of course, I'm realizing in this moment that what I'm looking for is the actual wedge point, as opposed to... What I've been looking for is the wedge point, as opposed to where the mantra actually is. Which is going to be through here. Pardon me. And so we get our third wedge mantra, Moo. And the place that we wish to go is over here. I actually got hit by the big sword. Did I not select it? No, I did. It's around here somewhere, I know that. There it is. I remember it was in this area. Couldn't remember exactly where though. So, next on the agenda. Inside the giant, she who stands in the land of Inferno. So, you may remember way back we scanned a wall and it said, "A lone snake stands among spikes." It is a snake that protects the enchanted words. It protects the enchanted words hidden by the giants. So, we can conclude that our mantra is unavailable to us until we solve this. But we know where that statue is. We could go through there, but that involves going through all the spikes and everything, and I don't quite feel like that. Honestly, the easier path is to just go through the back door. So through the back door we shall go. With a quick consultation from a fairy. No, not that one. Gold Fairy, where were you earlier when I was trying to get you? I swear. Fairies. It is in fact referring to this statue right here. Which now that we're on the mantra path, we can actually do something about. So where do we go to actually get our mantra? Well, you may remember back in the early parts of the Inferno Cavern that there was a large snake lady statue, which at this point we can conclude are of the first children, which are who created Nuwa and Tiamat. And so this statue of the first child goes away. And our next mantra is Vi. Now this one, I must admit, I do not quite remember where it is. I don't think it's in that little section that we just came from. Well, that had the statue of the lady in it, rather. I do think I recall this being in a low area, though. Actually, perhaps not. It embarrasses me to have to do blind guesses here. Well, not blind guesses, but clueless guesses, I should suppose. Forgotten guesses. Guesses born of a fallible memory. I posted a rather long thing regarding my memory matters on co-host earlier today. I don't know if you've all had the opportunity to read it, but, well, I'm not going to say it's essential reading regarding myself. I will say that a fair deal of things about me, and also I am remembering in this instant, will make a lot more sense. Is this one? Alright, it's the next one then. There it is. So, up next. Below the goddess, at the foot of the goddess, staring at the collapsed tower. So that makes it sound pretty clearly like we're going to go to the Tower of the Goddess. And we are. But... oh, look at that. The ruins are awakening. The entrance that we're looking for that would be quicker would be the one through the door over here, or at the base of the waterfall. The well of the waterfall, perhaps? We certainly heard something. It's hard to see. It spawns behind you when you climb up that ladder. And this little light also complicates the matter. Barroom. As I recall, this one is actually in the same location. We won't be going to the spring in the sky at all. A rather devious one, as I recall, in fact. It's inside the room that has the flail whip. So then, what do we do for the next one? We seem to be missing it. Well, we got that we attained all of this information in the Temple of the Sun, in that chamber that had all of the information on the mantra tablets. So perhaps we missed one? Or Perhaps it simply was not yet available, but it is among its peers. Oops. Now this one belongs in the Temple of Moonlight, as I recall. If we take a quick look at the map. I want to say that this is in a higher location, though I cannot say for certain in this moment. Alright, so it's not in here at all. Oop. Fallible memory warning. Oh wait, isn't this in... I think this might be in Anubis's chamber. Just for the sake of elimination, let's do this next room. I don't think it's here. Like, I'll do it in each room along the way, just for the sake of not missing things, but I think it's in Anubis's room, or near there at least.
Where's the juice?
Oop. Hey there, Skitch. Thank you for the tip. How are you doing this evening? And for those who weren't quite expecting to hear Dog's Bower, you can thank Dog's Bower and Elliot going raw dog, as Yona referred to it, I think, with some power cables over there in gratitude. Thank you very much, Skitch. And if you have to head out, that's fine. Please do enjoy the rest of your evening. So then, second last. A mantra by the spike atop 5 mysterious floors. Once again, we make our way back to the Tower of the Goddess. I had a feeling you would, it was just a matter of when. So we can recall that there were 5 platforms in this room that behave a little funny. Abuto. The eldest of the giants, I think. Now, as for where we apply this, I never actually got the map for this area. Ooh. Fortunately, that's easy enough to rectify. Oh yes, there's also a bunch of jars down here, and I think they actually have a fair amount of money. Right, I'd forgotten about this. Coming here is not necessary, broadly speaking. It can be worthwhile. Right, that's where the map is. Need to do a little bit of looping to get up there. Quick little detour. I wonder... There was a shop that I never bothered with. I don't think the last software we're looking for is there, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt while we're in the neighborhood. And I'm never going to turn down an opportunity to listen to giants cry. Also, the mantra's in the way. Nope. This individual will attempt to sell you a false silver shield that will break after one hit for an exorbitant price. You can see that they're not entirely honest with their dialogue there, claiming all items are genuine. I'm not selling fakes no more. You sure aren't. An imitation. Yeah, it's a fake weight. So, through that, if you are not too hasty, you can deduce, oh, wait, I should not be purchasing from this individual, as it turns out. Of course, it's easier in broad terms to actually just get the genuine article than it is to end up in that shop in certain respects. And so with that, the final mantra is the sign of courage, which you may remember way back in the beginning of the game was one of our first puzzles that we dealt with. The one that granted us our first sub-weapon, the test of courage. The name of the one who started everything and grant them eternal slumber as the last child, with La-Mulana. The name of the ruins, the name of the mother. Now this is the one where the whole location of the wedge is a little funky. Also, that's a very long mantra. So we can see that the compass is down there. But that's not really how one walks to it, if that makes sense. So, the compass is in the room immediately below us. And the pathing that leads to where we go to find the wedge involves basically moving as though we were walking, in which case we proceed to the east, north into this room, and then east again through here to come out the other side. And that's more or less how you're supposed to find out how one goes about things for the Confusion Gate. Whoops. Silly mazy place. Honestly, I should have just followed my own advice and gone the other path. As I recall, this one is in the child room. No, I'm wrong. There it is. It was somewhere in this, in the area connected to the Tower of the Goddess in some manner. So then, with all of the mantras settled, we are prepared to get going. Of course, there's still the lingering matter of where is this software and how did I miss it? There's also something else to mess around with. But first things first. Where was Capstar? I don't remember. It wasn't the shop in the Tower of Ruin, was it? No, this was something else. One who reads tablets. Would someone be so kind as to look up really quick what the location of the Capstar software is? It's rather vexing me. We can also see that the seal on the key sword is now broken, and its power has been enhanced. It does this quite subtly and sneakily. Odds are you won't notice it unless it's pointed out. Can I just say I appreciate the Lameza paper doll over there, by the way? Oh, right, there's a shop in the Inferno Cavern. I know where that is. At least I think I do. I'd hope I do. Say now. Well, that went excellent. I forgot that this was a shop. Alright, that's all of the software taken care of. And hooray for that. So with that, I would say let's head to the Shrine of the Mother, but it seems to have disappeared. The wind sure is howling today. So then, I'm going to take a quick break to use the restroom before I proceed. But afterwards, we will go and settle things. Sorry about that. I have returned. Now, at this point, our path could diverge a little bit. But in the interest of actually definitely seeing credits before engaging into side activities, we'll keep on the path that we have been treading so far. Now, we come to the question of, if we cannot warp to the Shrine of the Mother, we're going to have to walk there. There have been a number of entrances that we could take, but only one actually ever let us properly in without issue. The rest were all just either side rooms or paths that were blocked until we took the proper path. So it stands to reason that that would probably be the best place to start. And so we shall travel to the bottom of the endless corridor. Taking the same path as before. This time with a little fairy insurance for the sake of allowing us to just kind of blaze through things without having to worry too much about the specifics. We didn't spend a lot of time here, but the mini-boss to deal with here is certainly not something one tends to forget. And the music in this place is certainly unforgettable. Oh dear. I actually managed to blow a jump. Go me. And here we have the true Shrine of the Mother. So this track is my favorite track in the game, if we're talking about the original version. Not exactly. These are roots. Now I will say, while I prefer the classic version of this track is still excellent. We can't quite make it there yet. This root's in the way. And these roots that just kind of swing around down here. They will harm you if you touch them, so you need to be careful. We don't seem to have any path through there at all. But we could make it through here previously. Ah. Uncooperative ape. And indeed, had we come here from... Really? From the Chamber of Extinction, we would not have made it. Our path here would be blocked. Oh hey, it's Friend. How are you doing, Friend? Ah. You're not a friend anymore, are you? Oops. So this is Beelzebub, effectively the final sub-boss of the game. And realistically, he's guarding the Holy Grail tablet. So you'll notice that the true Shrine of the Mother is no longer in the front, it's in the back. The fairy spot also seems to have relocated as well. It's sneaky, but you can see that that tendril is not moving, so you can actually strike it and it will reposition. So as we can see, about the only reason to come down this way is to make it up to that fairy spot. Which is, in fact, the final fairy spot in the game. We won't be going there just yet. But there is a reason. You can see the wedges on the walls have been broken. We can't even examine them anymore. Oof. Oh. Not going to say no to a chakram. This is quite the tablet here. And it has a fairy upon it. Now, I'll forgive you for not remembering, but we did say, the Fairy Queen did say she would help us when the time had come. And it would appear that while the indirect help of the fairies was certainly assistance that she would provide, she herself would provide assistance with but one thing: opening our path proper. Right. Yeah, it turns out whips are good fly swatters if you're sufficiently skilled. We'll take a warp there because it's a little quicker. Really, that hit me? Ugh. Well, I have Healing Fairy backing me up, so I'll just brute force it, why not? Especially when I just have this monkey throwing lightning into my backside. Rude, 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 rude. And so the queen and the 4 fairies remove the final obstacle. And here we have the final 4 seals. Now, had we come here before the true Shrine of the Mother appeared, there would in fact be a laptop right here from Shorn with a message for Lameza that declares that he is not strong enough to do this, and that he needs Lameza to do it. An outright admission between this competitive family that he needs help. Origin, birth, life, death. So we have the final Ankh, but we have no Ankh Jewel. And this is where the key sword finally shines, for it is our final key. So in the original version, each phase of this fight could only be harmed with one very specific weapon. This weapon being the key, this phase being the key sword. Now we have both the Holy Grail and the Mind Elixir here. If we lacked either of them, we would be ejected. We have them, so we are not. Note that the music is an arrangement of Mr. Explorer. Considering the state of the world and everything, one could make the interpretation that this fight is the back of the world in its entirety. There are a lot of tells in this fight, in this phase. In the original, the face here has a very strong resemblance to the biblical appearances of Mary and Jesus. They changed that. You can actually block that with the shield, although doing so is rather tricky. Finally, sweet revenge against the Eye of Retribution. We're here at the final phase. Emphys Bane. Sekit. Elmac. Bahamut. Vi. Palanque. Baphomet. Tiamat. In the back we see the 9th child in its conception. The mother is awake and fully intent on continuing. But we will have none of it. Good night, Mom. But we're not done yet. Oof, that was unfortunate. Now, you might remember, it's quite a twisty road to get out from here. We might have a problem, but Shorn has left a rope for us. Remember the looping nature of the endless corridor? We can use it to our advantage. We can see the other side of the wedge here. There's a detour we could be taking off to the east there, but let's not press our luck. Kindly, the altar doors all open, requiring no fee for passage. That would be quite the unfortunate end if we reach this point and we're stymied by a symbol's weight. Oop, not going that way. Oh dear. Well, that was unfortunate, but we can ride the brick, so not a huge loss. Ugh, antlion, please. Oh no, our path out is blocked. What will we do? Where is the back door? Not that way, that's for certain. It seems the path is leading us to the Temple of the Sun. You know, there is one person out who is living down here. Hopefully you didn't forget about Mulbrook. So if you do approach Mulbrook once the everything has been unsealed, but before all of that begins, she will say that there is an escape route behind her. It's easy to miss. It would require talking to Mulbrook, but Mulbrook is fun and very informative. There's even an achievement for seeing every line of dialogue that she and Zelput have. So I mentioned that there's some things that change the ending. Well, we can see that the various villagers and whatnot are joining us in this little jaunty run by the sunrise. You'll see that more characters will join in on the run for given conditions that have been fulfilled. Now, I have not fulfilled all of them. But I have fulfilled a good number. I did not find all of the coin boxes, but I know this. And there's a certain destination that we've not tread upon. Indeed, the Skeleton Hearts fraud. I do appreciate that the credits do throw out a credit to Deceased Crab. That must have been confusing to have a director named Naramura and a producer named Nakamura. I like how they all take a moment to admire the sunrise, but as soon as the music comes back, they get back to their run. But Shorn wouldn't be Shorn if he didn't have one last trick up his sleeve. Bye-bye, Zilpid. Achievement unlocked. Speedrunner. This is the first time that I have had a sub 10 hour clear. And all I need is one arm. Of course I already had that one. That one's more of a habit. Now, that's not the end of the stream, nor the end of the game. There is still something left to this. So, let me grab that fairy spot just for the sake of not having a loose end real quick. You see, there is one more challenge to undertake. And completing that challenge in the sub 10 hour bracket is what is necessary. It just gave me an achievement that I think it's confused about. But let's go have a chat with Mulbrook. Yes, this room. No, not this room. So Mulbrook has a lot of things to say here. Ah, here we are. Now, what follows is a very convoluted sequence that is pretty much there to gatekeep people from, well, the super dungeon in a game about tough dungeons. Hard mode has nothing on the extra dungeon. Don't even begin to kid yourself. Now, as I said, this whole sequence is rather convoluted, so I will need to actually reference a guide for this. I've run the thing better than I remember how to get into it. Okay, that's what I thought. Just wanted to be certain. Thank you, Healing Fairy, for your service. As it turns out, you can, in fact, make nightfall happen. And it has its own track. It sounds of, wildlife in the evening. Now, while it does provide you with information, the clues are very vague and kind of only make sense in hindsight. So you're not completely on your own, but consulting a guide is without question the simplest way to do this. It's basically about the one point where I would actually suggest that I recommend anyone use a guide for this game. Hello, Healing Fairy. Wait a minute. Huh, that's cute. There's no map for the nighttime version of the surface, evidently. Because I know I picked up the map. Game Center CX reaction image on standby, I see. At least I'm almost certain I picked up that map. Let me make certain. Yeah, thinking about neighbors shouldn't have showed up in the ending. Yeah, no. I got it. So, yes, I was correct. It doesn't show you the map when it's nighttime, which I think is funny, because it's technically a different map. Right then, so... simplest way of doing this would probably be... Spring in the Sky. Uh-oh, the fairy spot hasn't come back yet. Oh dear. My hubris. Miracle Death Village reduces fairy charge time. That's what it is. Let's do that real quick. Well, we'll just have to kind of wait for the fairy spot to come back. Not much else we can do in the meantime, because we do, in fact, need a key fairy for the next step here. That being said, it shouldn't be too long on the whole. It was a little bit before we started that whole thing, so... Let's see here. What can we do in the meantime? Oh, there we are. Never mind. Alright, we want Miracle and Mikuri very specifically here. Alright, there's our key fairy. And this was not available earlier. But it is now. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Key Fairy, you want to help me out here? So what the Key Fairy should be doing right here is flipping this door. I'm not certain why she's not doing so. Why are you not behaving, Key Fairy? Alright, well, this complicates things. I genuinely don't know what to make of this. Because this should not be the case. This should be working. Well then. Some game's trying to save us. Phew. Where we're going, there is no saving. Perhaps locally sourced fairy would be to our advantage here. No? What's going on here? Let's see if simply starting the process over will solve the problem. Because as far as I can tell, there should be no reason this isn't working. Pardon me, Mulbrook, I dislike doing this to you, but... Ah, confound it. Oop, I forgot about this part. Ugh. I wish it wouldn't default to yes, but it does. Or rather, it defaults to loop, rather than not loop. No map. By the way, I like the slightly different Zelpid sprite, indicating that it's dark, even though he has lit braziers in his room. It's good to care about one's skin. It does so much for you. Indeed. It's how he remains an invincible old man. Alright, Key Fairy, let's try this again, shall we? Here we are. Something must have bugged out there. We're good now. Alright, so at this point... we take advantage of the Gate of Time. Oops. It still bothers me that I've completely blanked on just where the perma sconce is. Oh well. So here we are back here once more. It's a little silly to say so, but it's been some time even. Alright, this next bit is a touch mean. This part is silly. On the lower right side. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And that's how we get to this door that we couldn't access previously. Simple, right? So, before we go and do this, just to make sure that my fairy claim is going to stand. Oh my! Never mind. It would appear that it has undone my presence over in the True Shrine of the Mother. Well, never mind then. Well, then the simplest solution is, in fact, to take a dip in the hot spring, which is not this place. What am I doing? To take a dip in the hot spring, for once, not of shame. Which combination is it? Move and Rose and Camellia, that's it. Ah, this is easier. Welcome to Hell Temple. So, this is a super dungeon that is very, very mean and is not in the least bit hesitant to do things that are incredibly mean. Oh, I don't have images enabled for non-moderators, yes. Apologies. So, the thing about Hell Temple that I find interesting is that a lot of people say that La-Mulana is unfair, overly hard, and meant to be played with a guide. I disagree with all of these notions. Because Hell Temple proves that you don't need any of that for the core game, you need it for it. Hell Temple is unfair. Hell Temple is unreasonable. There's no two ways about this. It is designed to frustrate, to impose, and generally infuriate. Woo! I appreciate its existence, as it more or less goes, oh, you think that the game is unfair and overly mean? I'll show you unfair and overly mean. I'll show you unfair and overly mean like you wouldn't believe. You want ridiculous platforming challenges? You've got it. You want unfair enemy placement? Sold. You want obtuse puzzles that have no hints, no clues, no guidance? We'll gladly consign you to confusion forever. If I recall correctly, there's something about one of these. Right. Or it wasn't in here, it was in another room and something was listed improperly. Also, I like how ninjas will just come out and just try to knock you into holes. By the way, these spikes, they'll harm you just for existing in them. There is no mercy about them. Oop, 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 oop. Oof, made it. I'm doing these a little backwards because, well, the platforming worked against me a bit. Yeah, that's a point. Those aren't spikes, those are swords. So far we've seen some intense physical challenges, but nothing super horrible. This is where things start to get a bit specific. Also, I don't care to deal with this particular Equine. Nope, didn't do that quite right. Nope, didn't do that quite right. Nope, didn't make it to the button in time. This is what Hell Temple is about. Nope, not quite. Nope, not quite. So here we are in a situation where we're at very real risk of running out of bombs before we even make it through. Swords are a kind of spike, not wrong. Well, that's a failure. We have to go out and grind for bombs. Or we have to reset. Because we did not do that within our resources, and it's far easier to just do this. Now, I don't know about others, but I actually rather like Hell Temple's music. The one solace that you have about Hell Temple, realistically speaking, is that any progress you make is retained. So if you solve a puzzle, you don't have to go and solve it again. Ugh. What am I doing? So this does mean... Whoop! Thank you, Hell Temple. This does mean that if you reach a point where... Confound it. See, now the fun begins. If you do reach a point where you find yourself in a situation of, this is going to cost me a resource, and I can't really work around that very well, then it is entirely reasonable to simply leave, save, and then come back in following the path that has already been tread. Because that path will take you far less time and be far less stressful and strenuous. Man, I have to do all of this over again. Oh no, it's right above my head. No! Of course, any room that has not actually been finished, well, that's not finished. You think you can just make progress and then call it a day? Oh, I think that counts. I hope that counts. Oh, good, it counts. No, you are going to do all of it. You need to do the whole puzzle. Oh yes, it sounded. This is Hell Temple. Does that mean anything? Oop. Also, by the way, these statues firing flames are statues of Empysbana, performing Empysbana's signature fire breath. I was ready for the ninja, but the ninja was ready for my readiness. Aha, but I have a shield this time. Sure, fine. Home in on me with your electric ball. I see how it is. Alright. So at this point, just to ensure that we don't run out of material, we'll do a quick save. In fact, we'll even do a hard save, why not? Life Forcer, yeah, like, as much as the joke of this place is, you know, very much at the player's expense of, you want hard, well, here's actually hard. I do feel like that would be crossing the line. Oop. Ninja, please. So while it took us a bit to get through here, we can see that retracing our steps doesn't take anywhere near as much time. Now just to make sure I'm actually doing this room correctly. There is an option that we have here. A bit of a sidestep. I had forgotten about this. So this room has a gimmick. Some of the floors are fake. You can actually track which floors are fake by paying attention to where these individuals are roaming. They will not walk over an open hole. Whoops. Well, that was a happy accident. Some free chakrams, how nice. Oh yes, I remember this room. We have a statue of Bahamut just blasting us continually. Oh no. And if you end up over here, well, too bad. Fortunately, there is in fact a breakable wall right here. So it's not all bad. There are, in fact, shortcuts. So you're not entirely consigned to doing everything over should a mishap befall you. Oh, excuse me, the other one was Elmac. This is Bahamut. We also have some pretty crazy behemoths down there. Fortunately, we have the Angel Shield. And this sneaky room makes it seem like it's a simple path through. No. You can push that entire block. And yes, the Stone Fists return. They're gray now. Ah, now we see these. So these walls require bombs to break, and as it turns out, these individuals throw bombs. But their bombs aren't good for breaking them. You have to use your bombs. And as soon as you do so, well, then they can throw their bombs at you. Oh no! I've fallen into hell. So if you follow through a floor that you're not supposed to, and the fact that I made it to room, what, 13 before that happened? Honestly, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. You get deposited into hell. But here's the thing. You want this to happen. Because later on, there is a puzzle that involves you to do the sleeping thing. In front of the word hell. And there are 5 iterations of the hole-in-the-floor hell. Honestly, the real answer for this place is don't try to have the whip do everything. You don't need sub-weapons for a lot of the game, but this is definitely a place where errors are far more costly than merely some harm. So don't hesitate to utilize your chakrams. Oh yeah, by the way, the Vi floors hurt you directly. It's not just a matter of them shooting Vi lasers. And as a final flip of the bird, Dracoit will actually sell you provisions at the highest markup in the entire dungeon, except for the bullets. These are the most cost-ineffective purchases that you can make. Yes, we can go up here. What happens if we try to go this way? Oh, it seems like that's fine. But what is up there now, I wonder? Ah, of course. It resets you. Now, there is a reason why I'm willing to do that so casually. Remember how I said that there's 5 hells that you have to sleep in? Well, that one back there, that's not the first one. The first one's at the bottom of this room. And by the way, you do have to kill every enemy in these rooms in order for the escape ladder to show up. So you have to fight. You have to put yourself at risk. You have to expend resources. You have to take wounds in order to leave. And you have to waste time. He's like pinheaded and feeds on suffering. Probably not wrong. Whoops. Well, I think this is a new hell, actually. Or is this still the first one? This might still be the first one. Let's find out. Nope, it's the first one. I should have realized it. I remember the advertising for La-Mulana 2 involved the phrasing, prepare to die again and again and again and again and again. And I'm just kind of over here going, that is apt for La-Mulana 2, it's also apt for Hell Temple in particular. I wouldn't say it's the same for La-Mulana 1 in general, however. I do like the very mild mercy of not harming you immediately, but giving you the scare of being harmed immediately by having the fist charge at you, but it hits a pot. I think that's a very good touch. Alright, so this room. I don't like this room. This isn't the worst room, but it is a room that causes me to have more failures than I care to admit. By the way, this is Palank's room, and down we go. I think this is still number 2. Yes, it is. Which fortunately means that we start back here. Thank you for the push along, Fist. I needed that encouragement. So right, this room. As you can see, Palank's attack moves in such a manner that it's very likely to just get you. And if it doesn't get you, these damn birds will. No! My greed! I would manage to dodge the arc lightning at least. That all being said, I feel like this is about the only way that you could cap off this game, realistically speaking, with just the most supreme combat and puzzle challenges imaginable. Ugh. Because what else is there really to follow up with, on the whole? Where else is there to go from here in this game with the equipment that it provides you and the state that you're in the end game? In a twisted way, it's something of a logical conclusion. I told you I don't like that room. Now, fortunately, this loop provides health soul balls quicker than it is going to cost you health, broadly speaking. There we are. Oh no, I accidentally fired the pistol, damn it. I meant to pull the shield. No! Damn it. I mean, I hit the altar, but that's not really the point, now is it? That's not what the problem here is. At least I got a chakram out of the arrangement. Stops laughing with you and starts laughing at you. Oh, damn it. I had a sour jump and this is the result. Yeah, I would say that's a fairly accurate assessment. I can certainly say this, if you're not comfortable with the movement that La-Mulana has, oh dear, then Hell Temple is probably impossible because it requires such precision at all times. So you definitely need to be comfortable with the controls and capable of manipulating them fairly effectively. And understanding your position in everything. Well, that warg decided to just moonwalk aggressively. So funny thing that you mentioned that, Brett. That is, in fact, quite deliberate. And there's a reason for that. We'll get there. We'll get there. Oh, damn it. Ugh. Fortunately, the bombs are not that threatening since they don't do contact explosions. You know what? I'm not feeling confident. Let me reload the room. Ah. Evidently, my lack of confidence was well-founded. Ah, yes, Hell Temple, Michigan. As Big Bill Hell hates Baltimore. Whew. Of course, here's the... Oh, damn it. Ninja. So when I said that this room I don't like, not only can you see why, but this is basically one of the worst rooms in the game, all things... Or, in Hell Temple. Of course in the game. All the Hell Temple maps are worst in the game. But, this room in particular is a big rude. Because of the specificity of the jumping and whatnot. So you might be looking at this and going, oh hey, oh fuck. No, you're not safe over there. Why would you ever think that? That's silly. You're silly. You're never safe. Welcome to this screen. You'll be seeing it a lot. Population, you. Savor your triumphs over the ruins of La-Mulana and the Mother. You will need to recall them in your darkest hours in Hell Temple. If only he could block upwards. It occurs to me that I could actually be doing a grapple claw against the adjoining wall to avoid things and then just leap back. Or I can just do that. So we need to go down here, right? No! This is La-Mulana Part 4. You thought they may have stopped at 3, they stop at 4, and that's number 4. So if that path that opened when we used the altar isn't correct, then what is? Also, that damn bird set a dart exactly where I didn't need it to be. A fisting artist? Oh boy. Yakuza 0 is not immediately on the docket. And we already did Yakuza 2. No, damn it, I didn't want to launch off of that, I just wanted to go normal. Ugh. So some of you may have noticed my choice of wording, and I said that this is one of the worst rooms. And this isn't the worst room. We have not seen the worst room. I want you to take a moment to think about what the worst room just might entail. Also, we get through here by going like that. By the way, what do you think of crushers? With lasers. As an aside, these lasers are the Baphomet lasers, as used by the Mother. Are the lasers insta-kill? No, but being crushed is. Hey, rude. Crushers are a tense object in games, huh? Well, here's a room with a bunch of them, as well as Tiamat just firing off. So what do you think about dark rooms? We can get light for a brief instant upon entry. And yes, the floor down there does have a hellhole. I'm glad you asked. Realistically speaking, the most sane way to do this next room is to take a screenshot of it as you're transitioning into it. I think I still have my screenshot of this room from back in May-ish, I think. Oop, there it is. Allow me to put this over here on my second monitor for quick reference. Why ever would I want a quick reference on this silly room? I have no idea. By the way, what's not immediately apparent because of the whole lighting issue, there are 2 of those birds that throw darts in there. Eliminating them is basically your first priority, realistically speaking. Because otherwise they will just shoot you and send you into holes. Alright, they're dealt with. Oof. Not quite how I planned it, but I'll take it. There we are. Now this room will not be dark anymore. By the way, this friendly friend is back, and bigger than ever. By the way, there's a new hell. So chakrams are good, by the way. You know, just throwing that out there. Now, fortunately, this new hell is right where we just were. Ninja, please. Ah. Ninja, please. Unfortunately, we're at a point where taking things a little more recklessly will sap our health out quicker than we can recover it, so we do need to enjoy a degree of caution at this point. And for those of you who thought, oh hey, this would be a great spot for the chakram, well, problem with that. They bounce off the wall back there. So if you use a chakram, you're definitely losing it. Also, the ninjas just never give up. Where everyone has a hand grenade but you. But we do have grenades. We're not using them, but we have them. Okay, sure. So yeah, the flames, while fairly reliably hitting the shield, do have some questionable hitbox nonsense if taken at certain angles. Fortunately, the edge is broadly pretty safe, unless you walk too quickly, and then you walk into the static fire, which does not get blocked, as it turns out. You know what? No, I walked out. It's not the hell pit, but it's almost as bad. Now I have to do it legit. No, a face worse than death. Oh, ouch. Well. And into the pit we go. Thank you for playing King's Quest V. So yes, this does mean we have to do the awful jump room again. It means we have to do this room again. No, and now we have to start over. So at this point, it's pretty much guaranteed that I will not be getting Hell Temple done before my usual time allotment. But I'm willing to go a little extra. Just because I would prefer not to leave anything unsettled, you know? Oh, please. Really? Fine, whatever. You too? Really? Fine, be that way. What am I doing? I can't climb this ladder. I need to jump. See, now it works just fine. And I walk into here. I was so occupied with my illusions of conquest that I simply walked right into a hole. Part of me wonders why this isn't called Hubris Temple. If I ever make a game, I am going to make a super dungeon and call it Hubris Temple. If someone out there decides to take that name and beat me to it, by all means. Just give me credit. You done, Elmac? Thank you. You know what the sick joke part of all this is? I have to do the sleep in hell thing again. So who knows, I might get a chance to do it right now. Yep, there we are, right on cue. You gonna stop anytime soon? Oof. I might even have to do the first hell sleep as well. I'll need to bear that in mind and not forget it. Whew. So now we get to go through all these really dangerous rooms again. Ain't it great? The worst part about the Tiamat chamber here is the fact that that lasts so long. As a result, it's very likely to actually cause you to get harmed because it just manages to catch you in just the wrong moment. Like right there could have been particularly bad. Alright, that's one. Alright, I think that's two. Alright, so we've reclaimed our progress, and we'll even reclaim our Hellsleep progress. Hooray for the Hellsleep. Oops, missed my shot from there. It's kind of funny in a silly way from the way the bombs work. Being on a platform where the slimes throw the bombs is actually one of the safest places you can be in that room, because they will always roll off first. Ah. Accursed lingering flames. Well, so much for trying to let the firearms solve things. Incidentally, I wonder if it's a commentary that the things that you actually need are having hiked up prices, but bullet prices are actually one of the better ones available. Not the best, but better. Better than default, anyway. I wonder if that's commentary. Ah. Curses. Foiled again. Go away, ninja. Ah. It's very specifically the ninja right there that's really the problem. Because you can get the pattern working in such a way where even if you get hit, you won't go into the hole. But you do need to jump to actually harm the mid-boss there. And that's where the ninjas get you, and that basically guarantees time in the hole. No. Thank Narumura for chakrams. It probably says something that the big super murder beam is actually the safest thing that you can hope for. Ooh, this seems favorable, actually. No! Ah! I jumped badly. I wasted an opportunity. Really, that's the true torment, is knowing that you had it and then you lost it. Ah! I got greedy and did a double jump when I shouldn't have. You know? No, I don't think I like that idea, actually. I had a thought, but I don't think much of it. I failed to jump just in time. Well, I'm just jumping on every grenade tonight, aren't I? No! It took a step forward right where I didn't want it to. Alright, my health is getting particularly bad, and I would appreciate soul balls in this moment. Seems I'm getting my wish. Crisis averted. No, I got greedy. Now, as you may have deduced, the more you damage this enemy, the further it walks forward. And really, and thereby denies you places to stand. When it's basically right at the edge there, that pretty much means that you've almost got it. Well, that of course is when it's the most dangerous and most likely to knock you off. Why do I have 6 chakrams? Did I miscount that? Where did I lose a chakram? Rude. Just having absolutely none of it today. Really? Really? Now that I disagree with. I agree with pretty much all the rest of them. That one I disagree with. I knew I shouldn't have done that. I was hoping I could avoid hitting the flames entirely, but no, I should have just tanked the hit. Further in where I wouldn't have fallen. That was a bad call on my part. Here, let's just forget about this. Let's just go in. That feeling when you just get walked into and you go careening down into the bowels of hell. And all they have to say in response is, "Hey, I'm walking here." Got 5 hits that time. Ah! You know, the funny thing is, my first time through Hell Temple, I didn't take that long getting past that jerk. I was not actually expecting to get stonewalled by this part of all things. I was actually expecting more time spent in this room. So that's one torment for another, I suppose. Ugh. Bad positioning. It never fails. If I ever try to take a safe jump from below, the ninja from behind is always there, waiting. I had a good feeling it lied to me. Ugh. Alright. I need to do a bailout here. This will not end well. Better to have to take a dip into the hot spring of shame rather than lose all the progress yet again. Now, this is not entirely a bad thing either. We can use this opportunity to restock on provisions, as well as restore the Lamp of Time. That may well prove to be a rather effective solution against this particular jerk. Can you flare it when it does the beam? That's actually one of the things that I was talking about here. I don't have the number of flares necessary to really get away with doing that, which is why I wasn't opting to do that. That was the plan that I didn't think much of, because I didn't have many flares. But in taking some time to go and stock up on munitions, that could well change. We can also get some bullets here. Although, I don't... I'm not convinced this is actually the good bullet box. Oh, no, it went to sold out immediately. Alright. It is. This is the good ammo box. Never mind me. I did remember correctly, and I was second-guessing myself. I don't remember what the best deal on flare ammo is. I think it might be... I think it might be the lower area of Temple of the Sun. Is it this room? This is an acceptable price. Wait another 5,000 years. Alright, that should be sufficient. Oop. Almost forgot. There's a... No, not this one. Oh well, I know there's one nearby here. I think there's one even closer than this one, but off the top of my head, I do not quite recall it. Oh well. It's of no consequence. Alright, now we have our flame. Now, we don't have a shortcut that takes us all the way to where we were, but we do have one that takes us a good chunk. Unfortunately, everything in the hereafter is broadly resolved. Oh, that is not a health pickup I meant to grab. Well, hopefully we see success sooner than later. Bump. Why did I do that? Ugh. I don't know why I decided to climb all the way up here like a fool. Hell is getting to me. Probably. Honestly, what's really getting to me is my left eye is irritating me. It's been bothering me for the last hour, I'll be honest. In fact, let me just take a moment. Oof. Now, fortunately, this room looks a lot worse than it actually is. Look at this room making me do this altar again. Alright, let's see how this plan goes. I don't think we're really making all that much progress. Because flares are not especially strong. I also keep getting hit by the feet. Yeah, flare plan is not a winning plan. It might be worthwhile doing in the final phase of it, but definitely not from start to finish, because I can fairly, quote-unquote, safely just hit it with the whip, which does far, far more damage. So perhaps saving it for just a finish-off might be worthwhile when jumping is dangerous, but I cannot simply rely entirely upon it for a strategy. It simply doesn't work. Confound it. Well, that was a fancy formation. Oops. Wump. Come on, Bonehead, move it. It never fails. I go to do an under jump and the damn ninja gets me. Ugh. Alright, I don't know if this next plan will work, but I'm very inclined to try at this point. Oh, look at that. Fancy that. Be gone, ninja. Ah, I remember this room. Let the sound play, a path shall be provided. So... as it turns out, there is, in fact, a shortcut. Night, Brett. Rest well. And having unlocked that shortcut, let us solidify it into permanence. We can even go so far as to relight our lamp while we're at it. I don't think it's needed or even helpful for anything further ahead, but seeing as how it got us past that obstacle that really shouldn't have taken that long in the first place, well... Ash, if you would be so kind. Thank you. Now I know that we need a key fairy. Shock of shocks, we need a key fairy. I don't know if we need it immediately. We might need it immediately. I don't quite remember. Worst comes to worst, well, we have a freshly established save. Alright, yes, it's not immediately that we need the fairy. So it wants us to sound the tone to reveal a thing. Well, that happens to be what the guild program does. If we enter a room where a shop is being hidden, it will sound a tone. Which, hilariously, in hindsight, I could have used. Now why it's not firing here, I'm not certain. I do recall this one being a little particular. Or maybe we have to have it on when we enter the room, that might be it. There it is. And now we can proceed forward. Right? Right? Perhaps simply the shop now has something. Or perhaps not. I think I recall this one's a little buggy. Like you need to do a little bit with it. Are we good now? Nope. Oh wait, I think that tablet changes its text now. Right, I forgot about that part. Alright. We'll do a quick reset just so we can get the fairy back. It gets you on the minutest of details. Once again, a characteristic of Hell Temple being unfair, that you have to read a tablet a second time, with the text actually changing in such a manner. By the way, this bridge, don't walk out into the middle of it. So, this is what we need the key fairy for, because otherwise this is impossible. Remember how everyone was like, oh, this puzzle about the block push? Well, this one is no really, we mean it. I think I booched it already. There we are, now we can pass behind there. Notice how I couldn't go through the block earlier, but now I can. Hell Temple being Hell Temple and just, you know, anonymously allowing me to proceed with the puzzle in a manner that I couldn't before. And if I recall correctly, this hole is a very special hole. Yep, it's this room. Welcome to the worst room in the entire game. So first things first, let's sleep in this hell. And having done that, yeah, let's have a hell room that you can fall down in. There's a funny thing about that. First things first, however. So, as you can see, this room is a little busy. It's also mandatory to go into that hell. Not just for the sleep in hell thing, but because you genuinely can't actually go through without coming up through there. Oh, but we're not done with that hell. Not by a long shot. Oop, blew it. No, there's a fifth hell right underneath it. And that's the final one that we need to do. And at that point, I'm going to head back to the surface and take a bath. Because I am going to need all of the health and sanity I can for that room. I think you've seen more or less what it involves and what it's asking, and no, it is not remotely reasonable. There's ways that you can kind of circumvent a lot of the other tasks and challenges. This one, not so much. And there's a special sadism about that room in particular. If you're playing on hard mode, it denies you a little trick to make things a little easier. It very specifically takes that into account. By the way, if you don't jump over the middle here, that happens. I spaced that poorly, evidently. Although I'm going to call this a blessing in disguise in this point, however. Because I think I do still need to do the first hell sleep. And this is actually a good time to exercise that idea. Sure, spawn an enemy right there. Why not? Alright. Now we've done all the hell sleeps. So we will get to why we need to do the hell sleeps, but we do need to do them. There's no two ways about it. There's no circumventing things, there's no getting clever about it. No. It is a situation for where there is no alternative. Really? Oh, that's right. You also can't... Not only do you have to jump over the bridge, you can't walk through that gate. You have to jump through that gate. Otherwise, you get part forward. I think the big fists just coming out of the exit portals and just slugging you so that you fall into pits is probably the funniest thing that Hell Temple does. It's extremely rude, but it's rude in a way that I think is really funny, honestly. There we are. It's basically impossible to do this just like on the first pass. And things are not helped by the fact that there's all of these birds and everything here. We can deal with the birds here. But, the Pegasus, on the other hand, that's a bit of another story. Or should I say that's a horse of another color. Because there's a very real fact that it can shoot you in the diagonal area, and you do have to launch down into that zone where it's hanging out. And that can happen. And of course, every time you come back up here, they've all respawned. But no, that's not all of the sadism of this room. No, no. You might actually manage to notice that there's a skull down there over the pit that we've been falling through continually. Its mouth is open. This does have significance. Nope, and blew that one. Up, double blew that one. Into the double hell pit. I'm certain whoever, when they were in the dev room and coming up with what can we do for hell to just be the worst, and someone just thought, what if we put a hell pit in a hell pit? So you just have Hellception. And then if you climb out, it brings you back to the Fist Land. I'm sure they thought that was very, very funny in the planning room. And to a degree, it is. Don't get me wrong. But it's a special kind of funny. Let's be entirely honest with ourselves. Notice that that mouth is a little more closed than the rest. Nope. Stepped in the spot I didn't like. Oh well. Okay, Fist, if you say so. Admittedly, I'm not exactly certain what I'm doing wrong there. There we are. I'm so glad we made it through that room so we can endure this one instead. Now, unfortunately, we don't really have much in the way of arsenal that can solve the enemy behind a wall problem. We don't really get a toy to do that kind of thing until the sequel, unfortunately. There's certainly things that will go down or up, but not, you know, laterally. Which, unfortunately, is where the problem lies. Pardon me, taking a moment to give my hand some flexing. Ah. I'm opting to remain on this floor down here because that way I can ensure that the Ice Wizard is never going to spawn in a manner that will result in me ending up in the hole. Because let's be real, there's no fate worse than ending up in that hole. I'm going to get a heal soon anyway, I may as well. Now fortunately this bat can't actually smack us around because we have the scripture. That being said, I'd rather it not be distracting me and setting off an unwanted reflex. Ah! I didn't quite make it in time. Yeah, see, I don't want the ice wizard down there. And just imagine, after we get done with this tube, we have a whole nother tube to deal with. There's no end to the horror. Okay, wait, goodbye. Alright. Now, we could climb the ladder up, which would set us back to the prior room, so why would we do that? Now... So here's the thing. There's a way you can kind of cheese this in normal mode. Not demonstrated here, but effectively the theory there follows more or less what I did. You jump in such a manner and just eat a hit so that you iframe through a majority of the spikes and then just land on that platform down there. In hard mode, that platform's not there. So you can't do that. In a way, it makes, like, the final step there easier, in theory, except the spikes are just floating there. So, no, it doesn't. Yeah, hard mode is no cheese mode for Hell Temple. Every so often the controller just disagrees with me. Uh-oh. I'm gonna lose a chakra. That's not good. I don't mind losing weight, missing out on a weight, but I would really, really rather not lose a shotgun. Sure, why not? Oh look, the weight went up again. Fine, you're going to park over there, Bat? Fine, be my guest. Ah! And there goes the chakram. Oof. Oh no. I'm down to 3. This is horrible. You know what? Sure, why not? Let's get some mileage out of that pistol, shall we? Phew. And then once you do that, you're in this nightmare. And what does this tablet have to say for itself? I exist here. And you have to figure out that that tablet is actually a door. By the way, there's Vi eyes in this room. Plural. And then there's this room, which I'm just going to get shot at repeatedly, so I will pause while I talk about this. Most of these platforms, fake. Several of the others, breakaway. So you need to hit these 3 altars on these platforms that are full of falsehood and lies. All while you have the witches here flying about. And it is incredibly dangerous to move anywhere in this room while they're still around. Primarily because of the one up there that drops fire like that. Because, like, if the fire comes from above, well, then they get you. And failure. Time to go through that room again. And with that in mind, we may as well just start over. I forgot to put up my shield. The game certainly seems a lot fairer in general after going through the nonsense that Hell Temple has to offer, now doesn't it? Oh my pork, I can't believe I did that. Clip that, please. I need the posterity that I achieved the impossible with that nonsense. Oh no. Ooh. Ooh. No, I didn't make it. I was going to be so proud. My hopes have been dashed. There is no hope. I really did lose Chakram at some point along the way. I wonder where. Because I have it back now. Ah, that's the Spalder being helpful. I don't like to blame the controller right there, but that is kind of the D-pad working against me. Oh no, why did I go up there like that? I didn't mean to do that at all. Oh dear. And yet, despite that, Whew. No! Ah! The jump went sour, so I didn't think it would actually let me up there, so I was hoping to get back. But then, hello, Upperweight. How are you today? I think I'm too low on this. I think I'm going to hit the sword. Yep. Wait, I got a chakram out of that. No, I won't say no. So, show of hands from those of you who are still around. Do you agree with me with my assessment that this is the worst room in the game? Oh, it's not enough to just walk. You need to actually go through the dialogue. Alright, now then. Come on, get on my level. Ugh. No. Come on, you. There we are. Right. Nope. Right. Confound it. See what I mean? Fake or breakaway. Oh no. Whew. I almost raindropped on accident, which I very, very do not want to do here. Get back here, you. Now there's a bit of a clue. The fire actually will set on certain platforms and not others. Nope, gotta back out. Now fortunately the shuriken are right next to the shield, so toggling between the two for this little maneuver I'm doing here is not difficult. Shuriken also happen to be cheap. Oh, well, that's a blow. I blew it. I missed the altar. All right. Now, this room seems very busy, but it's actually a big mercy in disguise. Remember how I said that the Mudmen will infinitely respawn and give you a fair amount of soul ball. We can farm health here. And boy howdy do we need to right now. If I recall... No? Are these purely decorative? I suppose they are. So, these friends might seem a little familiar. At the same time is a bit of an ask. Fortunately, we had a room kind enough for us to have a health refill before coming in here. Which certainly takes a good degree of the sting out of it. So we can return, or we can advance. Worth checking these at this point. So, this room. You know what I'm realizing in this moment? I think I made a mistake. I think I missed a spot. Because this is related to the 5 hells thing. You have to sleep in all 5 hells. Otherwise you cannot get past this room. I'm realizing in this moment that I messed up. And I don't remember exactly where. But we are supposed to get a warp that takes us to this room. In the center there, where we can use one of the altars and that will allow us to proceed. Since we have not done that, you guessed it, we have to do these last few rooms again. And I'm looking through the guide real quick just so I can find it in a reasonable amount of time. I did mention that, that's not quite what we're doing here. What room is this? This is room 33? Yes. Oh, right. So we have to do some backtracking, as I said. And... well, on the positive, we dealt with this nonsense. You know what? Let's just chronicle this. Wait, there's a better way to do this. Let's just save that progress so we don't need to do the witch room again, because boy howdy is the witch room a thing. So yeah, we can't do this yet. Actually, let's... Right, I think I need to do that as well. Thank you, Fist. Nope. I tried. So, regarding that face, we do need to do that to get past that other room. But we're not allowed to do it yet. Here, let me just jump into a sword like an idiot. Oh no, 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 don't you raindrop right there. You stop that immediately. Alright. So it's not quite this room. And here's hoping I don't blow this jump. Oof. So this room, as it turns out, the Vi is a Mario pipe. Just let that sink in for a little bit. So we have these tablets. Joy, open, close, anger. We climb back up the ladder. And now we can start doing that business with the faces. Which means we have to abandon this point and go back. Because all of them are behind us. I think my favorite part about how utterly insane that whole puzzle sequence there is the fact that they make you go through the worst room in the game and then they have the audacity to say, you need to go back through this at least once. Uh-oh, that's a miss. So you can't even do it in a straight shot. You can't even entertain that idea. By the way, do you see the face we need to get in this room? The joyous skull? Oop. We just got careened right out of there. Why not? You just have to laugh, otherwise you'll cry. Well then. Nope, nope, that's a fall. Stunning displays of skill and dexterity. At least I didn't get knocked out of the room this time. Oh hey, free flare. So, do you see where we need to go in this room? I don't think it even counted. You know what the funny thing to me is? When I think about doing a La-Mulana randomizer, the funny thing is Hell Temple wouldn't really change, I don't think. You don't get any items here. And like, okay, there's one shop. I don't really see that making too tremendous of a difference all told. Whoop. With... Excuse me, I need to hit my daily ninja-ing as I climb a ladder. See, I don't think a randomizer would really change Hell Temple at all, really. Alright, Ninja, I know you're here. I don't like you, and you don't like me, but we're going to be here all day, unless we cooperate. There we go, I got it that time. I'm going to guess the Forbidden Treasure doesn't. I mean, it might, but I'm going to guess that it doesn't. Why am I going this way? What am I doing? Wump. That's one of the ones we need. Uh-oh, that's Sword Fairy, that's not who I want. Yes, please, Healing Fairy, you're the one I want. We can see there's another face in here that we couldn't really see on our first pass through. We have to return to the dark room where we can't see the faces to get the face that we need. Just to, you know, drive the point home. Thank you, sir. May I have another, sir? Thank you, Healing Fairy, for your service. And now, the part we've all been waiting for. I got it on the way down. Hooray! So we're nearly there. We've done a ton of ridiculous conditions. We're managing this absolute ask of a grapple claw puzzle, course. I can't really call it a puzzle. It's just a course, really. And the only reward we can really claim so far is that we've done everything else along the way, so we can just go through. So what's next? Well, we need to go back into the Vi pipe. The stone tablet became a phantom. So what do? Why, we leave. Again. Because now this is a door. And that's what allows us to place the weight on the altar there. You know, if ever there's a time to learn how to raindrop, I would say it's now. Oh, never mind. Actually, you know what? I actually like that idea. In any case, now that we've done that, now we can actually get through this garbage. And yes, that means that we have to go through the worst room at least thrice. This shop is expensive, but the suffering is complimentary. Yeah, pretty much. The fact that we can actually raindrop theoretically through this wall is about one solace. But as I said, I've not really practiced on how to raindrop properly. I've done it, I've initiated it twice on accident here. I feel like if I can replicate those steps. At this point, I'm finding it probably not in the likelihood. Oh well. I gave it a try. I will learn properly another day. So, back to our shortcut. On our trodden path. Yeah, okay. Was hoping to avoid one more of those, but you know, it's not Hell Temple. Unless the fist is doing its job. Ah, see? There it is. Excellent, I missed. Zoom wait. Oh, I'm gonna hit the sword. Grappled too late. You know what's funny? As far as the game clock is concerned, we've basically spent half of our playtime in Hell Temple. Well, maybe not half. 1/3 at this point, I guess. So while we've been playing for in total over 12 hours, as far as the game is concerned, we spent a good chunk of time in here. Not to say that we haven't. Alright, let's see if we have a winning run on our hands here. Thank you for the lightning. No, the witch! I can't believe that. That happened in just the wrong way. Nope, gonna hit the sword. Come on. That rotten bastard waited for me to switch weapons before moving. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it knew. Ah, my eye is bothering me again. Oh, wait. Getting ahead of myself. Nope, too high. I thought it was okay, I was wrong. Wait. I didn't know this could do that. I'd never actually let them do that before. Well, on the positive, we have 10 chakrams, so yay. I'm glad I waited there. No! Damn it! Back to the worst room. This is my penance for getting through it fairly decently a couple times. Now all of the talent is just drained out and there's nothing left. Honestly, it probably would be faster just to look up how to do a raindrop and raindrop through that thing. You know what? I think I'm convinced. You've seen me go through there like 4 times now or something. I can do it. Is it worth doing? Not really. Pardon me a moment while I look this up.
You wanna learn how to go through most floors and walls in La-Mulana? Right, it's pretty easy. Raindropping is the act of getting inside the right wall, which then enables La-Mesa to drop through floors and zip to the right or up by jumping. Requirements for raindropping are Hermes boots, grapple claw, and a right wall. To do a raindrop you need an align. Grappling onto a right wall automatically places you in the correct alignment. After grappling and dropping down, just move to the right for one frame by either tapping right or stopping your momentum by swinging a weapon or using an item on the same frame as inputting right. From there just start jumping. It's that easy.
Alright then. Let's see if I can accomplish this now. I do want to get rid of this accursed ape, however, for that very reason right there. Come on, you. Work with me. There we are. Alright, now that I'm not going to be getting shot at. Am I not able... Wouldn't that be the sick thing if I can't actually do the raindrop here? I wonder if that's actually the case. Can I not do a raindrop on this because of it? Nope. There we go. Never mind. Got it. Success. That is... That is not a knock. It is, but it isn't. I like the really cheap, like, whistle sound. So when I was saying use chakrams earlier, I wasn't joking. Chakrams are pretty much the way to go with this. Also, this is not strictly speaking a guardian. So it looks like we're done, right? There's a hole in the floor. Of course. You see it coming, and it gets you anyway. Now, fortunately, we don't have to go through the boss again. And so, the final joke at the player's expense. Amusingly enough, this does actually change Lameza's animations. There's just a little too much a little too much effort put into this. And also, if you go to the pause screen, Lameza will now dance rather than break out the curry. So there's an achievement for speaking to Mulbrook and then doing the ending, or just going to doing the ending without speaking to Mulbrook. I forget which one I have. Does Mulbrook say anything? Yes. Yes, she does. She has something to say about this, so why not? Let's go report our success to Mulbrook. So, let's go and beat the mother again. The funny thing is since our cape was used as the material for this, strictly speaking, we don't get our magma resistance unless we have this. So in a way, our hands are kind of tied regarding it. I think the best joke about this of all, however, is the fact that one of the La-Mulana Steam cards is basically Lemeza, Shorn, Zelpud, and Mulbrook wearing the swimsuit. So even if you don't know about it, in a way you will know about it if you have the Steam version. And you'll just be like, what the hell is going on here? And then you get to this moment and you're just like, oh no. Oh boy, the big one's here. Huh, I thought it was... Maybe it's only when they have an extreme size and they're invincible when they're neutral. Maybe that's what it is. Does it count as having done that? I don't think so, actually. I think it undid that. So, we're kind of on trodden ground at this point, but we do have success under our belts for what metric of success that is measured. I think the further funny thing is that a lot of people will do, you know, super challenges for like a reward or bragging rights or anything. And no, like, all you get for doing Hell Temple is just made the butt of another joke. That's your reward. You're an idiot. Congratulations. And that's just ceaselessly funny to me. Can I not use that? No, evidently not. I must have had that save set up before I did that. Missed. Still under the 10-hour mark. Thanks to copious reloads. It's kind of funny that the sequel does feature alternate costumes for Lumisa, but they're broadly pretty serious alternate costumes. Like, I don't mean like they're, you know, serious business, but they're like genuinely costumes that you mentioned, just kind of like pick the one you like and then run with, as opposed to being a joke at the player's expense. Or even the swimsuit, which, you know, given, you know, the way that a lot of folks are about, you know, clothing and gender-related matters, you know, would not be so much of a joke in the sense that it is with La Mesa. I was waiting for the fairy to despawn there. But they don't do that either. Now, I've heard the rumor that it was intended to be put in, but they didn't because of time, and they might have associated the item, the swimsuit, with completing the Tower of Oannes. I could not say for certain one way or another, and if anyone does know, I would prefer they keep silent. I am, in fact, fond of these games as they are, and would prefer to keep that, you know, its own business. Let the surprise be there. But I just find it interesting that of all the things they could have done, that was one of the ones they opted to not, for one reason or another. The unfortunate thing is, once you're familiar with the mother's really not all that hard. Now I could expedite this with the use of sub-weapons. But I don't really see a need. It doesn't take particularly long in the first place. Especially if you have the boosted flail whip. The boosted flail whip does ridiculous degrees of damage. How about you come back up here? Oops, that was a sour jump. Kinda cost me a little bit. Come on, come low again. There we are. If I recall correctly on normal, it only realistically takes 2 swings, 2 good contact swings with the flail whip to advance a stage. There we are. Now, I said before that I knew I hadn't gotten the final prize box, the final gold box. That's because it can only be obtained in the escape sequence. I don't know exactly where it is. I know in broad strokes where it is. I also know that they give you a generous amount of time to make the escape, if you know about the the endless corridor loop. Which I do. Oh, calm down. Let's see if that knowledge and the time allotted will be sufficient for me to find that. So rather than going up, which leads us to the temple, to the guidance gate, and hence the Temple of the Sun, instead we head over this way towards the Twin Labyrinth, which is where the final gold box is located. Seems we found our prize. Hooray, gold. We need it so much. Now, hopefully I haven't missed anything, and that is, indeed, the final gold box. If so, we will see Gold Fairy in the ending. You may have noticed previously that we only saw Healing Fairy and Key Fairy. Weapon Fairy shows up if you have a fairy summoned at from every fairy spot and they have despawned, which I don't think got cleared last time. I got an achievement for it, oddly, in a spot I really shouldn't have, I think. And I've not gotten Gold Fairy before, but I should get Gold Fairy now. Oops. A kind thing about this game is that it does actually pause the timer when you're doing a screen transition. I can think of plenty of games that would not extend you that courtesy. Ah, just barely didn't make it in 2 minutes. Well, Mulbrook went off ahead. And somehow she got a duplicate from somewhere. So, the most difficult achievement in the game to acquire involves getting every single person possible to run in the credits sequence, which effectively means you need to do a speed run where you do everything. And I think it necessitates doing that on hard mode as well. So we're not likely to be seeing that one for this run. But we will be seeing some more faces. Oh hey, look! It's a quote-unquote fifth philosopher in the back there. No, I'm not getting Weapon Fairy? One of the fairy spots must have had a strange interaction. I'm also not getting Gold Fairy, which means I did miss a money box somewhere. That's unfortunate. Oh well. I think Healing Fairy shows up if you get all of the Sacred Orbs, and I know that Never will show up if you find all of the maps. I think it's one of the Philosophers shows up if you get all of the software. I don't remember what all of the conditions are, but broadly speaking, in order to get everyone, you need to do everything in under 10 hours, and that includes Hell Temple. So, 100% completion of this game is very much, no really, we mean it. And once again, bye Zelda. It didn't give me another achievement. You cheapskate. Oh well. So that is La-Mulana. At about, in about as official as a capacity as we can do it, because next time I stream this on my channel, I will be doing a randomizer of it. I partially did this to familiarize the audience, and partially to remind myself of some of the more esoteric puzzles, particularly the things in the Chamber of Birth, which are just... there are so many moving parts with the Chamber of Birth, it's utterly wacky. But having done that, well, I'm going to set us all up for a raid, and I am following this individual, although I must admit it has been sufficiently long. I don't remember exactly how I know them, but or at least how I came to follow them, but we will be doing a raid for Umbrella Jill, who appropriately appears to be playing Resident Evil 2. So, why not? Let's give a hello to Hello Jill. Or excuse me, Umbrella Jill, rather. And let's see here, what shall our raid message be? You know, we missed out on doing it last time. So our raid message will be the same as it was supposed to be last time. And yes, that means that our raid message is going to be I heart fraud. Now, if only I could actually manage to find where my browser tab is. Where are you? That's not it. There it is. So yes, as a reminder, our raid message will be I heart fraud. Good night, everyone.
Maybe. I'll probably play some PC stuff. It'll make it easier for people to give me like Steam games or something. You love fraud? Hey Bornea, thanks for the raid, dude. What's up?
Gaming channel.
Hey Ashburner. What's La-Mulana? And also, how did you find my stream? Have I seen you around before? I have no idea what that is. Is it on Xbox? Quick question, it's probably a PC game, isn't it? Nothing's on Xbox. Oh, Switch, nice. I wish Cuphead on Xbox would go on sale. It never goes on sale. Because we were talking about it the other day because I guess it was on sale on the Switch and I was like, I don't want to play it on the Switch, I'd rather play it on the Xbox. Ninja Archaeology Simulator? I don't remember. Oh nice. Thanks, yeah, I appreciate it. The anti-console in your Discord? No, what is it? Let me look. Maybe I did and I forgot.